That was the nature of the man. He had a good word, but he had a humorous line that characterized his effort. Ramtali, I think, has played his part, Madam Speaker. He was a 3-term Member of Parliament, a 6-year Minister of Housing, and certainly he has added much to the development of this country. This Honourable House recognizes his passing and would want to have you, at the end of the comments, make the suitable statement on our behalf to his family. 95 years, good innings. May his soul rest in peace.
Madam Speaker, I thank the House Leader for his remarks on Odi Ramtali. Within our party, on this side, he is a legend and somebody who was much loved. His commitment to the process of nation building through the party of his choice was unconditional and very profound. I really knew him as a senior citizen when he had retired from active politics. I knew of him before. And he was somebody who, even when he was way up in years and was quite frail physically, would make it his business to attend major party events, our annual conference, for example, when he would no doubt have been the oldest person in the arena. And everybody was always thrilled to see him. As has been said by the House Leader, he represented 2 different seats in Clarendon and was a Minister of Construction for several years and had responsibility for some important housing developments during that era in the 1990s. As a Member of Parliament, I am told that he was excellent, and his legacy has lived on after his retirement from representational politics. And up to this day, persons in Clarendon, in the constituency or constituencies which he served, still remember him very fondly as somebody who served them very well. For us on this side, I wish to express our condolences to his family, his daughter Karen, with whom he lived in the latter years as she looked after him, and his other children. We wish her well and we wish them well. Their father was a great Jamaican, a great public servant, and somebody who had a fantastic sense of humor and was very difficult to dislike. I've never met anybody who disliked Odi Ramtali. So, wherever you are, Odi, just continue to ram it again. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I want to offer my own tribute to Odi Ramtali, who I came to know as a younger member of the party. He served as a 3-term Member of Parliament, as a Vice President of the party, as a life member of the party, and has been said before, well into his retirement, he maintained a strong commitment to the party and was what I would term a mentor to many of the younger generation like myself, and always provided words of encouragement. He would also tell us the stories of the battles with the member from Central Clarendon in the 1980 election and the 1976 election, and what politics was like in those days. He was also a Minister of Construction who developed a number of important housing schemes. You mentioned Oakland, there is Dillsbury Meadows, there is Wellington Glades, and there is also College Green, which are more or less middle income type housing developments, which all took place under his tenure as Minister of Housing. So we really pay tribute to someone who gave his life in service to his party, to his parish of Clarendon, and to the country. And I join with the leader of the opposition and the House leader in extending condolences to his family and friends. And he really was a remarkable individual in his strong commitment to service to the very end. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I believe it would be remiss of me if I did not join in paying tribute to the late O.D. Ramtali. O.D., affectionately called Ram, was a Member of Parliament for Southwestern Clarendon for 2 terms, and he served with distinction. I can personally attest to his greatness because as a child growing up in the constituency, I would have been impacted by his work. And certainly, as a Member of Parliament, I would have seen also the work to this very day. He was well loved by the constituents. He was an excellent Member of Parliament. He would listen to the people. He would, up until 2019, even though he was frail, I remember seeing him attending funerals in the constituency. And that is a testament to the type of human being that he was. He oversaw the radical transformation of the lives of many through land ownership. And so you have persons who live in the communities of Havana Heights and other areas who would have received titles as a result of his advocacy. And that is what he'll be remembered by. He empowered the people of Clarendon. He contributed greatly to the country as a whole. He was a true statesman. He will be missed. And on behalf of the constituents who want to join in expressing our condolences, he was very small in stature, but he was a giant of a man. Madam Speaker, may his soul rest in peace, Madam Speaker, and light perpetually shine upon him. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, may I join in offering my condolences to the late O.D. Ramtali. Suffice it to say, history records all the issues that we have confronted each other on the battlefield. And I have to just say he was a worthy adversary. And I rise to pay condolences to his family. I write against the historic aspect that as I stand here, I'm wading through new waters. What do I mean by that? Not very many people make 43 years representing the similar area, as I have the pleasure of doing with Central Clarendon. Many of the stories are true, some are not true. The reality is that he served, as I said, well, and I want to offer my condolences to all the persons in this party that supported him. As we met twice on the field, he defeated me once, and I made sure to equal that defeat in the future and ensuring the continuity of the representation which he shared with me at times. May his soul rest in peace, may light perpetual shine on him, and I said, a worthy person to have faced me in the field.
Madam Speaker, yes, we're still to do the closing. I invite you now to do the closing arrangements with regards to these tributes. Please.
Members, I thank you for the tribute. I myself would like, on my own behalf and that of my family, to express our condolence on the passing of the former member of this House, particularly to his daughter Karen, who I know and with whom he lived. It does seem, my own mother is from Maypen, Clarendon, and it does seem that the people from Clarendon seem to run good innings, good and long innings, and serve well. And I know his daughter and his family must be proud of the service he gave to this country. I will ask the clerk to send a card to his family expressing our condolence on his passing. And members, in memory of the life of the former member of this House, I will ask for us to stand and observe a minute's silence. May his soul rest in peace, and may light perpetual ever shine upon him.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable the House to proceed directly to the agenda item, notices of motions given orally, and immediately thereafter to public business in order to address an item of business and to revert to the established order of business upon completion. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the House to proceed directly to the agenda item, notices of motion given orally, and immediately thereafter to public business, to address an item of business and to revert to the established order of business upon its completion. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, whereas the Legal Aid Amendment Regulations 2021 were laid on the table of the House of Representatives on the 2nd day of November 2021, and whereas the aforementioned regulations were by motion referred to the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on that day, and whereas it was subsequently determined that the regulations were erroneously designated the Legal Aid Amendment No. 2 Regulations 2021, be it resolved that the motion be amended to delete the reference to No. 2 in the title of the regulations, and be it further resolved that the committee, in its deliberations and reporting, refer to the regulations by the correct title, the Legal Aid Amendment Regulations 2021. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion.
Members, we now move to public business.
Madam Speaker,
yes.
I have an item. We're at notice of motion given orally. No?
No, we'll revert to it afterwards.
Okay, very well, very well.
Members, we now move to the item on the agenda, public business.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the motion be approved.
The question before the House is that the motion be approved. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move that, notwithstanding Standing Order 77-9, the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives be empowered to hold a meeting on the aforementioned regulations this afternoon while the House proceeds with the day's remaining agenda items.
Members, the question is that notwithstanding the Standing Orders number 77, subsection 9, the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives be empowered to hold a meeting on the aforementioned regulations this afternoon while the House proceeds with the day's remaining agenda. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker,
where we're going?
The agenda having now reverted to its formal arrangements, on the matter of statement by ministers. Madam Speaker, it is intended to have 3 statements today. One by the Minister of Tourism.
Before you start, Minister, we are now at the item statements. The House Leader is anxious to get on with the statement. So now we'll allow the House Leader to proceed with the statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Most Honourable Prime Minister will make a statement, and then the member from St. Catherine West Central and Minister of Health and Wellness will make a statement. Madam Speaker, the Jamaica tourism industry is steadily rebounding in a major way, and the demand for our reimagined product is at an all-time high. Nowhere was this more evident than on our highly successful 5-week market blitz that took us from the United States and Canada to the Middle East and the United Kingdom. The response, Madam Speaker, was truly exceptional. It is already evident in the numbers that our new approach to our tourism offerings, born out of a COVID-19 pandemic considerations, is paying off. Our arrival figures are climbing. Airlift for the winter season is looking good, and the cruise will be back in all our ports by the end of the year. Stopover arrivals to date now stands at 1.2 million. And since cruise shipping resumed in August, we have welcomed over 36,000 cruise passengers, while our earnings, Madam Speaker, are now at the $1.5 billion mark. Jamaica is well on its way to recovery. 2021 stopover arrivals, Madam Speaker, are estimated to be up 41% over last year. And year to date, we have recouped nearly half of the 2019 stopover business. And just to look at what is happening in the month of November, Madam Speaker, we are trending to equal 2019 November. The good news also is that December is usually a strong month for us, and it begins the high season when the rates are higher. So we will likely meet our forecast of 1.6 billion visitors and over $2 billion in earnings. By the end of 2022, Jamaica's visitors numbers are expected to be 3.2 million, Madam Speaker, with cruise passengers accounting for 1.1 million and stopover arrivals roughly 2.1 million, while our earnings are projected to reach $3.3 billion US dollars. And Madam Speaker, I just want to indicate that that performance would at the end of 22 take us just 400,000 US dollars shy from our 2019 figure of 3.7 billion US dollars. So by the end of 2023, Jamaica's visitors numbers are expected to total 4.1 million, with cruise passengers accounting for 1.6 million and stopover accounting for 2.5 billion, and our earnings at 4.2 billion, which means, Madam Speaker, that by the end of 2023, we would have surpassed our earnings in 2019. By the end of 2024, we are projected to surpass all pre-pandemic figures with total visitor arrivals of 4.5 million and estimated gross earnings of $4.7 billion. Our positive industry news, which is foreshadowing this robust recovery for tourism, include, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, 90% of our pre-pandemic investment projects remaining in place. More than a dozen hotel development projects are in progress. 5,000 additional rooms are currently on the cards, construction beginning and expected to start by January of next year. Developments are in progress throughout different areas of the island. The return of cruise operations at all island ports by the end of December. Touching briefly now, Madam Speaker, on cruise shipping, following a near 20-month hiatus, Falmouth welcomed its first cruise ship on Sunday, the Carnival Corporation's Emerald Princess, with some 2,780 passengers and crew. Celebrity Equinox, Aida Diva, and Crystal Serenity are expected to return to Falmouth later this month. Disney Cruise Line's flagship vessel, Disney Fantasy, is scheduled to visit in December. The arrival of the Emerald Princess, Madam Speaker, provides an opportunity for the soft launch of the Artisan Village at the Hampden Wharf with 10 artisans. And I wanted to make this point, Madam Speaker, because both Prime Minister and the Port Authority and ourselves have worked assiduously to create this signature product for Jamaica. It is true that we have had the period of the pandemic itself, and a hiatus has resulted from that. However, we're back on track. We're cleaning it up nicely, and we had pop-up projects there for this first trip, and the 700 million Tourism Enhancement Fund Finance Village is themed, Madam Speaker, to tell the story of Falmouth and other Jamaicans, and the visitors who come there, they will have an opportunity to share in local food, local drink, local art, local craft, and local culture. This is very important, Madam Speaker, because the Artisan Village is supposed to provide artisans in situ that will enable them to execute on designs while the visitor tours and visits the rest of the island. And it is a statement that will enhance comparative advantage, because the artisan will now get a value for his creativity. He doesn't have to haggle about it. A design comes, he executes on the design, he delivers the final product when the visitor is leaving, collects his check, and everybody is happy. But it makes a great statement for the nation and presents a conversation piece for the visitor when he gets back home. Truly a little piece of Jamaica is taken along with them when they go home. And we're excited about that. And we want to build some more. We're going to build one in Ocho-Rios, one in Montego Bay, and one in Negril. It forms, Madam Speaker, part of the wider Hampden Wharf Development Project, and will be the first of a series, as I said before, of artisan villages that will be in resort areas across the island. The successful outcomes of our international market blitz will certainly help us to achieve this target, if not surpass it. I believe this positive rebound and increase in demand by Brand Jamaica is largely due to our successful effort in restoring traveler confidence in destination Jamaica. Our health and safety protocols, the Resilient Corridor, Jamaica Cares as a signature program which offers an end-to-end safety security arrangement for the visitor, and the high vaccination rate among our tourism workers, which is now at 60%, is assuring our visitors of a safe, secure, and seamless vacation. I would like to share, Madam Speaker, some of the main outcomes of the recent travel, along with other senior tourism officials, to our main source market as well as to indicate our inroads into the non-traditional market of the Middle East, where we sought to boost arrivals and foster further investment in the tourism sector. Madam Speaker, we kicked off the Blitz with a series of meetings with travel industry leaders, media and other stakeholders in our two largest source markets, the United States and Canada. I am pleased to share that our engagement with key stakeholder partners in both marketplaces were very fruitful. There were COVID-19 related concerns, yes, and we wanted to reassure the tourism interests that Jamaica remains a safe destination. Our protocols are in place to ensure that our visitors can come to the island, go to our attractions, and have an authentic Jamaican experience safely and seamlessly. Despite these concerns, Madam Speaker, however, as we indicated, confidence in Jamaica remains very, very strong. Executive of the world's largest airline, American Airlines, assured us that the island will by December see as many as 17 non-stop flights per day as the demand for the destination rises. And I just wanted to indicate, Madam Speaker, that they also pointed out that Jamaica topped the Caribbean among consumers on their expansive American Airlines vacation platform, and confirmed that they'll be utilizing their new large, wide-bodied Boeing 787 plane on several routes to Jamaica starting November. And I know because I had a ride in one of those 787 last week. Southwest Airlines, Madam Speaker, one of the largest airlines in the United States and the world's largest low-cost carrier airline, reassured our delegation that their flight operations into Montego Bay in the coming months are very close to 2019 pre-pandemic record levels, signaling increased demand for destination Jamaica by U.S. travelers. Southwest operates non-stop flights between major U.S. international airports of Houston, Fort Lauderdale, Baltimore, Washington, Orlando, Chicago, St. Louis, and into Montego Bay. Expedia, Madam Speaker, the largest online travel agency in the world and the biggest producer of tourism business for Jamaica, said their data clearly shows impressive room nights and passenger growth, with both metrics surpassing the same time in 2019. They also noted that the U.S. remains the overall top search engine market for Jamaica. On the second largest source market, Madam Speaker, Canada, we delivered 15 non-stop flights per week to the island. The flights, which commenced November 1, will be operated by Air Canada, WestJet, Sunwing, Swoop, and Transat, with direct services from Canadian cities of Toronto, Montreal, Calgary, Winnipeg, Hamilton, Halifax, Edmonton, St. John's, Ottawa, and Moncton. Forward bookings are hovering over 65% of the 2019 levels, and airlift for the winter is at around 82% of the 2019 levels, with around 260,000 seats locked in for the winter season from Canada. This is positive news, Madam Speaker, as Canada has been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19, as you know, and therefore they have had a lot of travel restrictions. But the good news is that they have among the highest vaccination levels in the world, and they are now ready to fly again, and they are picking Jamaica.
The Minister's time for speaking has expired.
May the Minister's time be extended.
The question.
To move that the time be extended for the minister to complete his statement.
The question before the House is that the minister's time for speaking be extended sufficiently to allow him to conclude. Those in favor? Those against? Minister, House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an awkward little moment because I can't ask for it for myself. The Prime Minister says I can, but... So, Madam Speaker, the Royal Caribbean International, our largest cruise lines, one of the largest cruise lines in the world, will resume operations in Jamaica in November of this year. Also, Cruise Executive reiterated a strong desire to employ thousands of Jamaicans across a wide range of jobs and are awaiting government regulative amendments to make this a reality. And I just wanted to indicate that there is a demand for Jamaican seafarers, and it is felt that ours are among the best in the world. And certainly because of the tradition of hospitality that some people feel is in the DNA of the Jamaican, our workers are in great demand. So there's a move to have as many as 10,000 Jamaicans employed in the cruise sector once we have gotten this little bit of legislative arrangements in place. So Minister of Labour is working with us on it, and we expect that that will be out of the way in short order. Madam Speaker, the investment we know will play a critical role in tourism recovery by providing the funds necessary to construct and upgrade projects essential to the development of growth in the tourism industry. Our visit to the Middle East allowed us to explore opportunities for FDI in our tourism sector, as well as to build on discussion initiated in June with the Minister of Tourism from Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib, aimed at facilitating cooperation and investment in tourism and other key areas. Our first stop was in the Emirates at the Dubai World Expo 20. Jamaica was on show with a beautiful pavilion showcasing the destination's latest products and innovation under the theme, Jamaica Makes It Move. The pavilion has seen 7 zones, which allow visitors to experience the sights, sounds, and taste of Jamaica and to see how our country moves the world and serves as a logistic connection. I am proud to share that our captivating pavilion was named one of the coolest of the World Expo 2020 by ITP Media Group subsidiary Time out of Dubai. The Dubai trip provided us with the opportunity to follow up discussions also with executives from TUI, one of our largest tour operator and partner in the distribution segment of the tourism industry. TUI confirmed the resumption of their flights and cruises to Jamaica, with cruise activity scheduled to begin in January 22. And Madam Speaker, the importance of this is that TUI is the only cruise line now through AIDA that home ports in Jamaica, and they will recommence home porting in Montego Bay in January of 2022 and will start making calls on Port Royal also from January through to April 22. During discussions with TUI, Madam Speaker, the company executive advised us that their data showed that the demand for cruise to Jamaica is very high, and they have managed to retain the bookings that were cancelled. And that was a very important point, because based on how the time arrangements were, we have had to change when they should start their itinerary in Jamaica from November to January. But because of how Jamaica's demand is high, they did not lose a single booking for that period. And I think that that's a good statement of the strength of this product here in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, while in Dubai, we also concluded a series of important cruise investment meetings with DP World, one of the largest port and marine logistical companies based in the UAE. During 3 consecutive days of meeting, we had serious discussions about investments in our cruise ports and the possibilities of home porting. And I will have more to say on that later on as we dig delve deeper in the discussions with regards to how that home porting can significantly change the nature of cruise in the Caribbean. DP World specializes, as you know, in cargo logistics, maritime service, port terminal operations, and free zone activities. It handles some 70 million containers that are brought in by around 70,000 vessels annually, which equates to roughly 10% of the global container traffic, accounted for by their 82 marine inland terminals that are represented in 40 countries. There's much more to be said on that, but another time in this Honourable House we will update. We initiated discussions with top representatives of Emirates Airlines to introduce a special service between Dubai and Jamaica in celebration of Jamaica Day and Expo 2020, and Madam Speaker, the teams are actively working to land an Emirates flight into Jamaica in the Caribbean for the first time in our history. Only this morning, the Director of Tourism and our team sat down, having gotten some basic stats from the Emirates to work through the possibility of that first flight. In addition, we anticipate further discussions in the context of multi-destination strategies being formulated in the Northern Caribbean to enable a more fulsome engagement of the Emirates and other partners in the Middle East. We also met with the UAE's Tourism Authority to discuss collaboration on tourism investment from the region, Middle East tourism initiatives, and the gateway access that the Middle East provides from North Africa, Asia, and Eastern and Asia Minor, pretty much eastern side of Europe. Additionally, Madam Speaker, meetings took place with the executive of Imar, arguably the largest and most prestigious hospitality and real estate community developer in the Middle East. The NATA, the single largest tour operator in the UAE, and TRACT, a powerful tour operator in India. Madam Speaker, those meetings were critical to set the stage for opening up this new gateway and to enable Jamaica to have access to the markets, the new and emerging markets of the Middle East, where the resources are strong and the middle class is now very well empowered, and they represent the area of new travel options that the world is going to tap into. This will make Jamaica, Madam Speaker, the first Caribbean country to have penetrated the Middle East for tourism marketing purposes. Finally, Madam Speaker, we took on the UK market blitz, which was critical to us. And we led a high-level team from the Ministry and the Tourist Board to the World Travel Market, one of the largest international tourism trade shows in the world, that was held this year from the 1st to the 3rd of November. We have had very good engagements in all our key partners with the UK, and we are reassured them of Jamaica's readiness for them and our safety as a destination, with a less than 1% COVID-19 infection rate on our resilient corridor. While at the World Travel Market, we met with senior executive of Amadeus, a European-based global travel technology company, who informed us that the September 30 release of the latest James Bond movie, No Time to Die, which has multiple scene shots in Jamaica, is aiding in driving interest in destination Jamaica, particularly in the United Kingdom. And I want to emphasize that and to thank the Prime Minister and the Minister of Culture, Gender and Entertainment in particular, for enabling us to have that arrangement with Ian Productions to be able for Jamaica to be the place that shot this last important movie from the James Bond series. James Bond's spiritual home, as you know, with Ian Fleming writing Bond's novel in his house at GoldenEye, is so dear to us. Bond films, Dr. No, Live and Let Die, are also filmed here in Jamaica. So, No Time to Die, the filmmakers decided that we should be the place that the immortal James Bond should have his last important movie. and we are excited by that. Madam Speaker, British Airways, Virgin Atlantic, TUI have all combined together to give Jamaica over 17 flights per week out of the United Kingdom for this winter. Out of Europe, we have Eurowings coming from Frankfurt, Germany to Montego Bay, and they are using their wide-body aircraft that brings over 200 passengers and crew. Then we have 23,000 visitors planned, Madam Speaker, for this winter to come from Germany, which will top our pre-pandemic numbers of 20,000. Madam Speaker, Condor Airlines, we have flights coming out of Switzerland, we have flights out of Frankfurt, Germany, out of the southern Europe, primarily from Portugal and Spain, and Madam Speaker, the Eastern European corridor is now responding to Jamaica as well. There is no doubt that tourism, Madam Speaker, is a heartbeat of the Jamaican economy and the catalyst that will enable us to recover quickly. These tangible gains that we are all making in tourism will almost certainly rebound to the benefit of all concerned. The Jamaican people, our tourism partners, and our visitors. I couldn't close, Madam Speaker, without thanking the tourism partners for their commitment and assiduousness, sticking to the task. We developed the protocols, they comported with the protocols. They suffered and struggled during the hard period. And now it is time for us to see a rebound in tourism, but I insist it must be inclusive. We are leaving no one behind. All our partners, all our stakeholders must be involved in this recovery. Finally, vaccination, vaccination, vaccination. I cannot say this more strongly. It is our responsibility to safeguard the health and well-being of this industry and also our country. And all we have to help us to safeguard is vaccination. And I urge that the next time I speak in this House, it mustn't be that it's 65% of the workers that are fully vaccinated, but 100% of all the workers must be fully vaccinated. The world is moving in that direction. Our destination can be left behind if we are not on target with the vaccination program. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, two questions. I want to start where the Minister ended about inclusivity. While we welcome the cruise ship arrival, particularly in Falmouth, there are media reports that the artisans, for some reason, were not patronized. I don't know if the visitors on the ship were given specific instructions about where to go or where not to go, but very few of them actually went to where the artisans were. And more broadly, I wanted to understand beyond, I know there's an issue of vaccination and passengers want to interact with people who are vaccinated, but is there a specific protocol from our side that is said to passengers once they reach here? Because the stakeholders that you want to bring in were certainly left disappointed in Falmouth after the visit of the cruise ship. First question, hold on. Second question is, what strategies are you employing to reassure our markets since we have announced states of emergencies in a number of our tourism areas where visitors would traverse and visit?
A member from Southeast St. Andrew. Firstly, we make the point that we prepare destinations for these crews. And in doing so, we also ensure that the areas that are visited must be COVID compliant in its full. It's a requirement of our partnership and it is part of the protection of all concerned, not just the visitors who come, but our local people as well. Now, when first vessels come in, there always is high competition for access. And I know that there will be one or two, of our stakeholders that may not be involved in the first instance. So I just want to say to those partners who may not have had a benefit, this one only had 1,070, I think. No, just to make the point to you that you will have a report that says some of us didn't get, because it's not possible for everyone to get. I just want you to appreciate that. But the effort is there to enable over time that all of us, and when we establish the Artisan Village, for example, it's part of that design to make sure that all our partners are involved in the thing.
But just to clarify, is it that they didn't go to the Artisan Village because that village wasn't designated?
No, not at all.
No, that's not
No,
it.
not at all. It wasn't that because they were compliant. It's just that because of even the numbers that came, the flow, bearing in mind that people do pre-purchases of attractions on board and before they come to Jamaica. So when you have a large flow, you have a better chance of more people circulating around, bearing in mind what the situation is. But I just wanted to make the point that the objective is to ensure everyone is taken care of at all times. The second matter of the SOE, we in the market constantly relate to our partners. And the matter of ensuring enhanced security protection is a feature of our sales arrangement. And so when we have to take strong steps in the country, it is understood in the context of what we want to do. We are proactive. We take steps ahead of the game. Other destinations in the region that we compete with, unfortunately, they wait until the action reaches them, and then they take the steps. And I want to give commendation to our Prime Minister and Minister of Security for being proactive. And the message in the market is that Jamaica is being proactive. We are protecting you from any future. When we see it happening, we cauterize it. We go there ahead of it so that when you arrive in Jamaica, you are safe, secure, and you have a seamless experience. Madam Speaker, I invite you to ask the Prime Minister to make his statement.
Prime Minister.
For another round of mitigation works to be undertaken in the coming months. Madam Speaker, you will discover shortly. You will discover shortly. Madam Speaker, extreme and unexpected weather events, particularly flooding, have become a perennial problem, with some parishes being affected more than others. This continues to cause considerable damage not only to our road network, but also to supporting infrastructure such as retaining walls, bridges, and drainage systems. Repeated flooding has been costly, both in terms of lives and livelihoods, and flood frequencies have increased towards the end of the 20th century, relative to previous decades. On average, Jamaica has experienced a destructive flood event once every 4 years. Madam Speaker, what we are now seeing, and in particular to St. James, that they are experiencing an extreme flood event once every 2 years. And since 2016, quite regularly so. Jamaica's vulnerability to flooding has been attributed to several factors, including heavy rainfall resulting from tropical weather disturbances. But aside from weather, man-made practices, deforestation, improper agricultural practices, inadequate drainage channels and structures, construction of settlements in floodplains, but more pertinent to this presentation, inadequate maintenance of drainage facilities, blockage by debris, and, Madam Speaker, sometimes building in close proximity to important infrastructure such as retaining walls, which undermine them, which end up falling into the invert of the gullies and blocking them. And that, Madam Speaker, is one of the main contributors to flooding. I saw some pictures coming out of St. James, and you would see exactly what we're talking about. So, additionally, Madam Speaker, there has been a high proportion of land space covered by hard, non-absorbent materials. To put it in layman's language, we have asphalted and concreted significant portions of our land space, and that contributes to mass running off of water, which does not always go into a gully or a drainage channel to go to the sea. So it can't percolate through the soil, so it stays there. So, Madam Speaker, these are some of the contributing factors. Having said that, I want to just point out, Madam Speaker, that the government has taken serious note of the floodings in St. James. We are planning to take a tour of the areas. There are plans for St. James to improve the drainage, particularly the North Gully. In fact, Madam Speaker, the government is already down that road because we have made allocations in the Montego Bay Perimeter Road project to undertake the studies for a proper drainage system for St. James and Montego Bay. So the funding is in place for that, and the work for that should start. And indeed, that would be the first step towards truly addressing this problem. Madam Speaker, just for the note of Parliament, after midnight on November 8th, clouds from a stationary front began producing showers over western parishes. Continual rainfall began after 2 a.m., lasting approximately 10 hours. No, ignore that. And produced 160.6, 114.5% of the 30-year mean for monthly rainfall for November. The total for the 4-day period, that was from November 5th to 9th, was 224.5 millimeters of rainfall, which was about 220.5% of the 30-year mean for November rainfall in St. James. So that was a significant amount of rainfall in a short period of time, Madam Speaker. No, the truth is, Madam Speaker, there is no way that the soil could absorb that amount of water coming down in such a short period. So you would have flooding. And without having gullies sized for that kind of downpour, flooding and the subsequent destruction of property was inevitable. Clearly, Madam Speaker, this was not a normal event. The flooding was probably worsened by the fact that Montego Bay and its environment had daily rainfall from November 5th to the day of the heavy rain event. And some days, Madam Speaker, they had very significant rainfall. Madam Speaker, I thought it necessary to establish these facts as a backdrop to the government's annual mitigation program. This program is implemented nationally and is done in 3 cycles. At the start of the hurricane season in June, at the peak of the season in August, September, and at the end of the season in November, December. The program is executed by the NWA on a planned schedule to combat the risk of flooding presented by the Atlantic hurricane season, which runs from June 1 to November 30th. Historically, the season's climatological peak of activity occurs from late August through to September. As per the government's efforts to mitigate against flooding, the agency undertakes flood mitigation works which include debushing, cleaning of critical drains and gullies, as well as river training. The activities under the Enhanced Mitigation Program is designed to repair some of the damages caused by the weather events, particularly in areas which may not always get the immediate attention of the central government, but are in the immediate sight of the constituency representative. So, Madam Speaker, I know that the people in St. James, for example, would be looking for some kind of relief. And whilst it is not a huge sum, I'm certain that the MPs in the affected areas will try to direct whatever they can to address at least some of those immediate pressure points. I just want to be, having said that, to quickly say we are not setting up the MPs to be the works agencies. We are not setting up the MPs to be the disaster mitigation agencies. These funds are not designed to turn the office of the Member of Parliament into the office or the Ministry of Works. And we run that risk when we do these kinds of allocations, because the citizens expect, Madam Speaker, that it is the MPs that will do these things. And that is not the model of our government. MPs don't run ministries, and they are not ministers of works. But unfortunately, our system has evolved to that because the constituents see the MPs first before they see government. And so the MPs, and I think rightfully so, throughout the years have lobbied and structured an emergency response fund. And we now call that, of course, the CDF, and we augment it throughout the year with programs such as the Enhanced Mitigation Program, which, by all accounts, on both sides of the House, the MPs seem to be satisfied that they are provisioned in this way to respond. The program, in addition to seeking to do repairs to roadways in particular, so there's a patching element. Many of our roads would have been scoured and some of them undermined. So there is some allocations for small rehabilitation and patching. The program will also do drain cleaning of gully courses and the removing of blockages in critical drainage areas or gullyways. But this year, we wanted to emphasize the removal of solid waste. Madam Speaker, we have heard the complaints, the growing complaints of citizens, and I am seeing it for myself. There is a challenge with the regular and effective collection of solid waste. And Madam Speaker, it is disturbing to me. It is a challenge for the government because what has happened, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance is here and can attest to it, that the resources that we have had to change the allocations, and funds that probably would have gone into security, into garbage collection, we have had to make a priority of treating with the pandemic and the requirements of health. And these are just some of the cold, hard facts that governments, whether it is this government or another government, in a pandemic would have had to make those choices as a priority. And when we say we have made those choices, it is not without consequence and effect. You see the consequence and effect of a resource reallocation or redirection. And we are seeing it in the pile-up of solid waste. So, Madam Speaker, granted we're going into a celebratory period in Christmas where people are looking to enjoy the season, not just with their family, but to see that their surroundings are clean. So we have made a special allocation, not a very large allocation, but that could contribute to the collection of solid waste in communities, particularly in routes that may not be well served by the NSWMA. Madam Speaker, let me remind members that in addition to flood mitigation, the NWA implements capital flood mitigation projects which are designed to lower the country's overall vulnerability and enhance its infrastructure resilience. These projects are typically funded under the GOJ's capital budget, and works are executed on the basis of national significance, regardless of any specific constituency in which those projects may be located. We will not be, Madam Speaker, we will not be able to do many of those projects. But what we have done in the mitigation projects, the last three that we have done, we have taken on the Sandy Gully, which is the main drainage for Kingston. So, Madam Speaker, 1 year the member from Western St. Andrew, 1 year the member from Western St. Andrew got a decent benefit. Then the member from Northwest got Northwest. Yes, your constituency, obviously. Meaning that we repaired sections of the gully in a significant way, capital expenditure. I believe as 1 year my constituency would have benefited. I know that the member from St. Andrew, Northwestern, North Central, would have been asking for some assistance. But we will be looking within this area. We may do something in Clarendon, and definitely we will look at St. James to see what we can do in the interim. So these would be small, quickly deployed capital projects that are not constituency specific, though they may be in a constituency, but those would be led by the NWA. So we'll see how fast we can deploy to support those. I just want to spend a minute on the methods of deployment that are used. The NWA, as a network of parish offices who implement the agency's road and drain maintenance programs, of which the annual flood mitigation program is just a part of that. The NAA parish teams, they will consult with the members of parliament and they will agree on the work program to be implemented for the respective constituencies. By now, the MPs would know. Yeah, very important, because it is not always the case. Sometimes the programs are prepared for you. Yes, and what should happen is that there ought to be consultation. So the MPs should get in touch with the parish office managers and work out the program, because the program is really designed to treat with those issues, as I've said before, that are immediate in the eyes of the MPs, which may not necessarily get the immediate attention of central government. So it is important that there is this consultation. Madam Speaker, the allocation per cycle is usually capped at 1 million per constituency, and based on the GOJ's procurement law, this is within the threshold permitted for single source contracting. The activity is also to be labour intensive. Hence, the NWA may request of the Member of Parliament to nominate community members for the provision of labour to carry out the works. Let me remind members of the 4 steps involved in the implementation. The works to be carried out are to be defined, scoped and costed by the NWA in keeping with the agency's routine maintenance management of our roads and drainage systems. The contract packages are then developed and labour contracts signed and the works implemented. Upon the completion of the executed works, the agency then conducts inspection, verification and certification of the completed works in keeping with the agency's accounting and quality control standards. Payment vouchers are then made up for works satisfactorily completed, and these are submitted to the NAA corporate office for processing and payments to the contractors. Now, I've read it very quickly, but it takes very long. And we know, I think we should really explain to our constituents who are anticipating that it is not a snap of the finger. It is a very involved process, and it is not just involved for quality control purposes and to secure value for money. But, Madam Speaker, we have a very robust accountability and anti-corruption system at work here to ensure that the public resources are used for the purpose allocated. And those procedures take time. I know MPs at this time of year have great trepidation when they can't see their workers paid on time. So, Madam Speaker, we are trying to start the program as early as possible. Upon this announcement, the program basically is open. So the first step would be to start to contact your NAA parish offices. I would say give them a day so that they are fully prepared for your questions. We will send a letter out to each MP. So upon the receipt of that letter, then you could start your preparations. Madam Speaker, when we do these programs, we don't do them in isolation. So we still have a vector control necessity in Jamaica. Dengue is still a concern. So I'm saying to members of Parliament, be conscious of this, and in cleaning and doing the sanitation, look for areas that could be breeding sites. So let's get the most effect out of the resources that we have. So bush with this in mind. So the one resource expenditure is not just for cleaning and beautification, it also has a health impact and an environmental impact as well. Plastics, very important. that in your cleaning of the drains and so forth, that we seek to clean up some of these areas that are blocked by plastics and have them properly disposed of by trucking them to the approved dump sites. We all know, but we don't say it, but these works have an effect of income generation. There is no question that, coincidentally but conveniently so, the cyclical nature of our mitigation coincides with some critical times in
Prime Minister, your time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Prime Minister's time be extended sufficiently for him to conclude his statement.
Question before the House is that the Prime Minister's time be sufficiently increased to allow him to complete his presentation. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. The point I was making is that the cyclical nature of our weather events, which are followed by mitigation, also coincides with some critical calendar events, such as summertime, back to school, and Christmas. In previous years, we would have said that this is a Christmas work program. But we have changed that. This is not the provision of funds for Christmas. I'm sure people will see it in that light, but this is a mitigation program that happens to coincide with the Christmas season. So it will generate some income without question, and many persons are looking forward to it, and so we want to get it off the ground very, very quickly. I will say this, Madam Speaker, I think every MP here would agree with me that there are some persons who want to get the income but not do the work. And those are the ones who will get us into trouble. Because, Madam Speaker, we are in a different era of accountability. And our supporters need to understand that it is not taking up cash and just giving it out. Those days are gone. Those days don't exist anymore. So those who are just expecting easy money and no work, right? You know, it's a contradiction, because they are the same one who turn around and cuss about, you know, the politics being corrupt and so forth. But they are placing demands that if we were to bend to that, we would be facilitating corruption. So, Madam Speaker, it's a very important point to be made that work must be done for this income. And having said that, quite aside from my script, we may very well have to re-examine the way in which government pays or remits or transfers resources to its citizens. Presently, there are some processes where funds, having been approved, would go through a contractor. It is then broken down to a smaller level, maybe to a supervisor, and then it is paid out. We may have to look at a process where someone who wants to benefit from a program would have to register, so we know who the final beneficiary of the labor works are. And it may be the case that they are paid through the banking system. Some may not have accounts, but we are moving into a point where you could have a public wallet, a digital wallet rather. You could have low KYC accounts, lower tiered KYC accounts, which is easier for people to get, because we have to increase accountability. And these programs are going to come under scrutiny. You are going to get an Auditor General's report that says, you know, these funds were spent and we don't know if the persons benefited. And then, of course, the public looking on would be saying, well, something happened there. But there are some weaknesses in the system that we have to correct. Of course, these are not things that can be done overnight. We have to, first of all, improve the efficiency of our banking system. We hear the cries of the people regarding access to banking services, and coming up to Christmas, it is an even more difficult undertaking to get cash from the banks and to go into the banks. So there's a lot of work to be done on that side, but I think the country should know the thinking of the government and the direction in which we are moving, and MPs should take this as notice that in a few years' time, the system will be reformed in this nature. So, Madam Speaker, each constituency will be allocated the sum of $16 million. That is $1 million more than last year. And it will be divided as follows: $7 million for road patching. No reallocation from this area will be allowed. However, you may reallocate an accumulated amount of $5 million from elsewhere in the program to road patching. So 7 is the minimum, but you could reallocate to road patching to a maximum of 12. Debushing, $4 million. Now, this portion, you can reallocate all of this amount if you choose, bushing, debushing, but you are not allowed to right. So, Madam Speaker, you may reallocate all of this if you choose, but you will not be able to reallocate to it. The $4 million. So it's $4 million maximum for bushing. $4 million maximum for bushing. But for example, some people don't have any bush. Some people don't have any bush. So Madam Speaker, for those persons, they can reallocate to patching if they so choose, or to gully cleaning, or to garbage collection.
We're going to 7 plus 4.
Right? We're allocating, Madam Speaker, to drain cleaning $2 million, and you may reallocate from drain cleaning $1 million to garbage collection. So you can take, so the drain cleaning is $2 million. If you choose to use all $2 million, that's fine. Or you could reallocate $1 million out of drain cleaning, not to bushing. You could put it to patching, or you could put it to... So, Madam Speaker, the member from St. Andrew Southwest raised the issue of bushing. And the government is very careful. We have put a limit, a hard limit on that, because it does come with risk and exposure. And so it is a control mechanism why it is done that way, Madam Speaker. So frankly, we would not allow a situation where members of parliament could have 12 million in bushing. I mean, that would be exposing us to all kinds of issues. So we limit the bushing, right, and make it such that the focus is on works that can be visibly seen and impactful. So, Madam Speaker, For garbage collection, $3 million has been allocated to this amount, and no reallocation is possible. So you have $3 million for waste removal, garbage collection, some limited form of beautification. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, we're asking our members of Parliament to use it in such a way as to respond. Many of you would have been getting the calls and you would have seen the issues that you face in the constituency. It could be quite easily done in putting in place a program to do a cleanup. You know, select a few of the roads where the problem is most severe and have the trucks go and collect and use that as a kind of, community mobilization for cleaning up. So, Madam Speakers and members, we have taken a deliberate position to focus on the cleaning up of our country during the Christmas period of mitigation. We have also taken a decision to ensure that you have resources for the bushing of roadways and for patching. Madam Speaker, as is the case, these funds will remain available for use until the end of January next year. So if they are not used up by then, the NWA will reclaim those resources. So you have to get your programs in from now, get the patching done. You probably will not be able to get all the patching done for Christmas, but certainly you would want to have it done by the end of January next year. The bushing and the drain cleaning and the garbage collection must be executed before the end of December in order for payment to be made. In fact, you probably want to be finished by the end of the second week in December to facilitate payment. May it please you and members, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I now invite. No questions? Oh, sorry.
Madam Speaker, I'm sure that most members of Parliament have been looking and waiting with a bated breath for this statement by the Prime Minister, that letter that would normally come at this time of the year. Because if most MPs are like me, I have been getting the calls on when it is that works will be done. And I'm happy that the Prime Minister, instead of announcing a Christmas work program, but it is for our constituents and Jamaica overall to understand that this is not just a program for persons at the end of the year, but the critical thing is that there are works that actually needs to be done, which should have been done through the year. But the stress that most of us as MPs face as global warming is not a figment of our imagination or climate change. It is something that is real. And the Prime Minister coming back from the COP meeting will understand and hear what is happening, especially in small island states like ours. But when we get a program like this once a year, waiting 12 months for something significant to be done is not enough to take care of the issues that the state agencies ought to be dealing with. Because I have no problem if as Member of Parliament, that the work is being done regularly, so that we don't have to wait until the end of the year for something that is major. And where times have changed, the climate has changed, We're getting more rain in times when we would not normally see rain. Prime Minister, the amount may sound great, but what is needed, this is a drop in the bucket for actually what is needed to take care of rural constituencies like mine and East Rural St. Andrew and other constituencies. I know you are going to reply, man. I know you are going to reply. That's why I call it out. Right? So, Prime Minister, it is true that we have to look at the national drainage system, because what we have now is inadequate for the type of rainfalls that we are getting. It is true that there are some developments that are taking place now in some communities where these lands were originally slated for single-family homes. You now have multi-story where you used to have the regular bush, yeah? Maca bush as we would call it, as fencing, which would allow for the ease of water to pass through from one property to another, where concrete walls are now being built, stopping the flow of these water. It is true that some of our earth drains have not been cleaned for a long time, so sediment buildup, not being able to carry the flow of water. You yourself, Prime Minister, have mentioned that you have been looking at the overall and a costing of dealing with our drains island-wide. And as in your statement, you spoke about the North Gully, which is urgent for attention, because you're correct. We have been seeing flooding of that gully, not every 5 years now, but every 2 years. And I'm sure in a short while it will start flooding every year if something is not dealt with urgently in dealing with the matter of our drainage nationally. But also, there are some roadways, Prime Minister, that from last year when we had some flood rains have not yet been touched. When I mentioned a member from Southwest, Clarendon can attest to this, and those who have to travel from Kingston to the southern side of the country, central Jamaica. When you get off that Maypen leg of the highway, Bustamante Highway, heading to Porus, it's in an awful state. Right? No, but if you are talking about waiting on that road to finish, for that to be fixed, is telling the Jamaican people that you don't care about them moving from east to west. Right? So, to get to it.
Members, I will give everybody an opportunity, but the member is on his feet. Please.
Well, Prime Minister, in this allocation, and we are always grateful for this allocation. But in this instance, Prime Minister, and I've said it year after year, year after year, is that where rural constituencies are concerned, and you mention it, because I can speak for myself, is that $4 million is not adequate to bush some constituencies, especially rural. As I said, I can speak of Northwest Manchester. Even with what the parish councillors are getting, and I understand your concern about adding more to the bushing, but it is at crisis level in some constituencies and some areas. As persons would say, them walk on the roadside, mongoose are going to come take them away, because the way how the road is now being locked in on both sides. So the last allocation that was given, I was only able to do 2 roads, which are 2 major roads. $1 million at NWA rates. That is what NWA was able to do. So I'm asking your Prime Minister to reconsider, especially in the allocation for garbage collection of $3 million, where at least $1 million from this can be either reallocated, especially for rural constituencies, to debushing or patching. Because I'm telling you, the roads are in bad condition. So I'm asking you to think about that, especially for rural constituencies, because as you said, yourself and the member from Southeast, St. Andrew don't have any bushes, but I can tell you that $4 million will be inadequate to do debushing in a constituency like Northwest Manchester, which spans from South Trelawney to Pepper down in St. Elizabeth. Yes, bordering 5 other constituencies. Yeah? And majority of the roadways are parochial roads, not National Works Agency roads. So during the year, those would not be touched because of the small allocation that parish councillors get. And they are with the excess rain, we have more bushing to do this time around than any other time. So, Prime Minister, I said, I will end by saying that we can't keep on doing things the same way and expecting a different result. With climate change and the way how our rain patterns are in the last 7, 8 years, 10 years, we are seeing more rain, more damage, more overgrowth of our roadways. And I always say that even at the beginning of the hurricane season, that $1 million allocation for drain cleaning for large constituencies like mine is just inadequate. So that when the time comes now for you to give the second allocation, it is the same drains that we have to be doing over because it's just not enough. And without these drains being cleaned, you see the damage that is being done to the roadway. So I'm asking that we rethink of how it is that we do these allocations on an annual basis, and one suit can't fit all, especially in this house for many MPs. Because I have always said, you can take 1 hour to drive through your constituency. I need 7 days to drive through mine. And that's just a fact. And different terrain and different things that affect rural constituencies. So I'm asking you, just moving forward in the next financial year, when you're crafting that budget, to rethink of how it is that we treat rural constituencies and the size of the constituencies compared to some urban constituencies and the topography that they have. But I'm sure that our constituents are happy that we are coming with something at the end of this year. We are happy for the additional amount that is there, but I'm asking you again, Prime Minister, to relook at the allocation of $3 million so that we can either reallocate something from that $3 million to a minimum of 2 and $1 million where we can send that to either road patching or debushing, especially for rural constituencies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, just in a quick response to the member from Northwest Manchester, I will consult with my permanent secretary and the NWA to see whether or not that can be done. I mean, as I said, there are, for me, accountability issues and certain risk minimization strategies that we have put in place that I would not want to compromise. But let me look at it. You have raised another issue, which I should mention to the Parliament, that we intend to have a thorough study of. It has come up in several of the constituency debates that have gone, where MPs are asking for differential treatment based upon their geography and population size and so forth. The tradition of the Parliament, the convention of the Parliament, is that each member sits equal. And to disturb that, we would have to seriously look at it. So I will put together a committee of the Parliament to examine whether or not that is something that we should do. My own view is that we should approach it cautiously.
Go ahead. Yes. Questions are finished. Dr. Tufton.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has a further statement.
Has a further statement to do.
Yes.
Prime Minister, I gather you're with us.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. On October 26, 2021, I announced new measures under the Disaster Risk Management Act, and I indicated then that we would review them in 3 weeks. Cabinet reviewed the measures yesterday, and so the purpose of my statement today is to provide an update on the COVID-19 situation and to announce changes to the measures following the Cabinet review. Based on the latest report from this morning, Jamaica recorded 30 new cases of COVID-19 yesterday, and our cumulative cases of COVID-19 are now 90,341 cases, and we recorded 2,331 deaths. I express my condolences to all those who have lost family members and loved ones as a result of this pandemic. Madam Speaker, the graph now being displayed shows that the number of COVID-related hospitalizations, which is the white line on the graph, has declined significantly since the peak of 1,269 on September 12, 2021, and is now below our COVID bed capacity, which is the black line. Again, Madam Speaker, this is not time for celebration. This could easily change overnight. It is important to note that even at the current level of hospitalizations, certain facilities continue to experience a high level of bed capacity utilization based on the distribution of beds. Madam Speaker, it is also important to note that 98.5% of those in hospitals are unvaccinated. This has an adverse impact on other persons seeking to access the healthcare system for various non-communicable diseases such as heart disease, cancer, etc., as well as for surgical procedures. Madam Speaker, this is grossly unfair. How much longer can we ask those persons to defer their treatment? Other countries, far wealthier than Jamaica, have introduced measures such as requiring unvaccinated persons to pay for the cost of their treatment. Madam Speaker, let me be clear, this is not the intention of this government to go down that road. I mention it to draw attention to the gross inequity that exists. The government will ultimately have no choice but to allocate a finite set of resources to managing COVID-related hospitalizations, including a fixed number of beds. We cannot continue to dedicate virtually the entire capacity of the health system to dealing only with COVID-19 to the detriment of all other legitimate health system users. The second graph now being displayed shows the test positivity rate by week. You can see from the white line that the positivity rate has declined significantly from the peak of 45.2% at the end of August 2021 to approximately 7%. For yesterday, our positivity rate was 4.9%. It's encouraging, but mind you, that's just one day. That's just one day. The third graph, which is now on the screen, shows our reproductive rate, and that is the average number of additional persons that are infected by a single infected person. And our R0 is 0.9, and we need to maintain it below 1 in order for our cases to continue to decrease. Madam Speaker, with the cooperation of our citizens, we have been successful in controlling our third wave, and our numbers have remained relatively stable over the 3 weeks since I announced the current set of measures. However, as we have seen in other countries and from our experience, there is no room for complacency. If we let down our guard, we could easily see a reversal of this trend. A number of countries, particularly in Europe, are experiencing their fourth wave. Some experts predict that it is only a matter of time before it moves through the North America and the Caribbean region. So yes, Madam Speaker, we are expecting and we are preparing for a fourth wave. And it is likely to come in early January, up to just after Christmas. Madam Speaker, as I have said repeatedly, whether or not we experience a fourth wave and how significant it may be depends on us. The only sustainable way out of this pandemic is personal responsibility on the part of all our citizens. Personal responsibility to follow the infection prevention and control protocols, wearing your mask, sanitizing, social distancing, and ultimately, the personal responsibility for taking the vaccine. Madam Speaker, before I announce the adjustment to the measures, I want to give an update on the vaccination program. As of midday today, we had administered 1,054,653 doses of vaccines. That is 572,753 first doses, 420,822 second doses, and 61,078 doses of the Johnson & Johnson single-dose vaccine. The number of persons fully vaccinated is therefore 481,900, representing approximately 17.1% of the total eligible population. The number of persons who have received at least one dose is 633,831, representing approximately 23.2% of the population. So we are still lagging well behind our counterparts in the region, and our vaccination rate is still very much low, so low that it is not having an impact on transmission. What is clearly having the impact on transmission would be the measures that we have put in place, the same measures that people cuss about, that people quarrel about, the same curfews, the same no movement Sundays and lockdowns. Those are the measures that have worked to keep us safe. Madam Speaker, we have seen a slight uptick in vaccine take-up with the resumption of the Pfizer vaccine, and I'm certain the Minister of Health, when he speaks, may address that today. Not today. But we have seen a slight uptick, and eventually, Madam Speaker, what we want to do is to ensure that all our students are vaccinated. And what I am seeing here for students, Madam Speaker, just to be, Minister Williams, this is correct. I can update the House. As of Friday. So, Madam Speaker, as of Friday, the 12th of November, I'm seeing here that 109,778 doses of the Pfizer vaccines were administered to our students. So that means we have approximately 19% of the student population fully vaccinated. So we still have a ways to go, but the student population is doing slightly better than the general population. But my expectation is that the take-up for our students will increase as more schools are mobilizing to have their school population vaccinated. I make an appeal to parents for the benefit of their children to get your child vaccinated. It's the best thing that you can do for your child right now, to get them back into school. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the changes in the measures. The changes are proposed to take effect on Thursday, November 18, 2021, for a 3-week period ending December 9, 2021. Starting on Thursday, November 18, the curfew hours will be from 9 p.m. nightly to 5 a.m. the following morning. This will remain in effect until 5 a.m. on December 10, 2021. Madam Speaker, the limit on the number of persons in attendance at a place of worship will be increased from the current limit of 50 to 100 persons. Yes, to providing, of course, that the social distance requirement is met. So the ceiling is 100, regardless of how large your enterprise is, but you're always subject to whatever is the social. So if your church, with the social distance requirement, which were in the previous in the previous orders, if your church can only hold 40 people properly distanced, then that is what your church can hold. But we have gone up to now 100. Obviously, Madam Speaker, no crusades, no conferences, no conventions at this time. The number of persons permitted to physically attend a wedding will be increased similarly. And of course, if the space in which you are can't take 100 persons, you are subject to the social distancing rule. But if the venue is large, maximum of 100 persons. The limit on persons physically attending annual general meetings or extraordinary general meetings will also be increased from 50 to 100. We're trying to be consistent across the board. Except, Madam Speaker, that physical attendance at events hosted by public entities will continue to be limited to a maximum of 50 persons. Madam Speaker, I had also previously indicated that these are control functions by invitation only, and persons attending are required to be fully vaccinated. Just to be clear, that is for public entities. Madam Speaker, we will increase the limit on the number of persons present at a burial from 15 to 20 to align with the limit for funeral services. So effective Thursday, November 18th, a maximum number of 20 persons can be physically present, including mourners, clergy, and support personnel for both funeral services and burial. And just to be clear, we consider the funeral service that which has the body in the chapel. So if you're having the body in the chapel, then it's 20. If you're having a memorial service, then the limit is really what the church can hold for its normal operations, based upon the limit we have just said, which is 100. So, Madam Speaker, just to be clear, we have not changed the gathering rule, which is 10. And the gathering rule is a gauge that you should pay close attention to. It's an indication of the threat level. So the best way to explain the gathering rule is that if you go somewhere and you see a group of persons, you should immediately be counting off how many persons are in that group. If it's more than 10, stay away from that group. You don't want to be in any large group, because the larger the group, the larger the probability of someone in that group being infected. So you have to use that as your guide. So if you have to go into a meeting some might stay one, a group of 10 is there and a group of 10 is here, and so you want to control who is around you, and you don't want to get into too large a crowd and so forth. So my advice then would be for those who are attending burials, not to all bundle up in the same group. Try and space out, and if you have to be in a group, then find yourself in a group of under 10 somewhere, but not all together bundled up in the same place. Madam Speaker, as a reminder, burials are permitted only Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Madam Speaker, in relation to our entry protocols, the pre-testing requirements for persons traveling to Jamaica to present a negative COVID test within 3 days prior to travel remains in place. Both PCR and antigen tests are permissible. The existing travel protocols for fully vaccinated persons require them to quarantine for 8 days following their arrival in Jamaica, or to take a PCR test after their arrival at their own expense to be released from quarantine. So, effective November 18th, fully vaccinated persons who obtain a PCR test as their pre-test prior to travel will not be required to conduct another PCR test after arrival in order to be released from quarantine. So just to be clear, so if the pre-test that you took to come to Jamaica, which will be no older than 72 hours, if that is a PCR test, then you would come to Jamaica on that and you would not be required to quarantine if you are fully vaccinated. Madam Speaker, I know this will be very useful to the non-all-inclusive tourism sector for business travelers and so forth. And I still urge everyone, this is not a release. We are cautiously trying to take down the shield and the barriers that have kept us safe, but at the same time have been very restrictive to people's livelihoods. It is the greatest conundrum I find myself in, Madam Speaker, to promulgate measures to keep people safe, but to have people quarrel about those measures. So we're cautiously, as I said, cautiously taking them down slowly but surely, keeping the warnings that we are not out of the pandemic, we are moving into a new phase, and we have to still maintain our caution, and that the only way out of it is to get vaccinated. But Madam Speaker, my conscience is clear on the vaccination matter. I have gone the length and breadth. I have preached the word. It is now for the people to make their decisions. I don't think we can say anything more on the matter without becoming an annoyance to people. So, Madam Speaker, let me emphasize that antigen tests are still acceptable for travel to Jamaica. However, if fully vaccinated travelers do an antigen test prior to arrival, they would still be required to either quarantine for 8 days or do a PCR test in Jamaica to be released from quarantine. So just to be clear, if you didn't take a PCR test as your pre-entry test, then when you come to Jamaica, you are under the quarantine rule. So if you are unvaccinated, you have to spend 14 days. If you are vaccinated, right, you can take the PCR test and be released. Or if you don't take the PCR test, you would have to wait 8 days. Madam Speaker, I also want to emphasize that this option of doing a PCR test for early release from quarantine, as I've said before, is only available for vaccinated persons. Persons who are not fully vaccinated are still subject to the 14-day quarantine, just for emphasis. In relation to infirmaries, we have heard the calls to allow for new admissions as well as family visits. We understand the hardship, and Cabinet will consider potential changes to the protocols to be announced within the next set of revisions in early December. Madam Speaker, the changes to the measures I'm announcing today represents the start of a cautious, gradual and controlled approach towards getting the economy back to full productivity. COVID-19 has evolved from a pandemic to being endemic. The highly transmissible nature of the Delta variant and ongoing vaccine hesitancy have made the goal of zero COVID-19 virtually unachievable. The SARS-CoV-2 virus is here to stay. It is in its current form, or some variant thereof, the virus will be with us. It will be in our population. There will be no escaping it. So for those of us who have the view that they will never get infected, that is not a view that has much wisdom behind it. It is going to be with us, and most of us will become exposed to it. Some of us may never get ill. We may never show symptoms. Our immune systems may respond to it well. And especially if you are vaccinated, when you are exposed, your immune system will be pre-trained how to respond to this. You won't be naive to the virus. The people who are going to suffer with the long-term exposure, especially when we remove curfews and we remove lockdowns and everybody can go back to party and go back to life as normal, you are going to be exposed to the virus, and we will not be able to say you are going to survive and you won't survive. Which is why we say increase your chance of survival. Train your immune system so that when you are exposed, you would not have an adverse or fatal event. There is a reason why 98.5% of the persons in hospitals are unvaccinated. I'm really struggling with it, Madam Speaker, because you know, when you lead a country, every life matters, and you want to be sure that you're making the right decision to preserve everybody's life. So you have to look at lives being lost to COVID, but you also have to look at what is happening to the teenager who is out of school without supervision, being drawn into a gang, and who may very well lose his life or take someone else's life. How do I balance all of these things? And how do I balance the right of someone to say, I don't want to take the vaccine, against the right of someone who says, I have a right to health care, I have my surgery to do for how long and I can't get it done because the hospitals are tied up with COVID patients. Isn't that a right that should be balanced with the freedom and choice of not taking the vaccines? These are all complex moral issues. I'm not proposing to debate them here, but to put them on the table for discussion with the conscientious Jamaicans, not those, obviously, who pay attention to the only thing we can describe it as nonsense, being led by false prophets. We can only say it as it is. Forgive the offense. But it is the reality. It is the reality. And obviously there is ambivalence in the society. There are those who say increase the hospitalization resources, increase the number of doctors. We now have prophylactics and other medicines available. Increase those. That may work, but you know, realistically, how much more money can we spend on dedicated COVID beds? You have seen the cost of the medicines now that are approved as clinical treatments. Very expensive. So, these are some of the considerations. But the government continues, Madam Speaker, to act in the best interest to preserve lives and to preserve livelihoods as best as possible. We're being very cautious in reopening, and just to be clear, we're not going to shut down again. So, Madam Speaker, we have reopened our schools. We have seen cases reported of possible exposure to COVID-19. We haven't shut them when they have opened. We tell them to sanitize, clean up, isolate the child, keep them at home. But we're not going to close the schools again. So we're just gradually opening up. It is what it is. If it is that we have reached this level of frustration with the measures, so much so that it is creating social discontent and creating perverse choices and behaviors, we can't continue to have that. So we have to take down the measures. We will do so gradually. And we will face this brave new post-COVID world where it is your responsibility to maintain your social distance, wear your mask, sanitize, use your head and say, where should I go, where I shouldn't go? Do your own surveillance. And finally, take the vaccine. Madam Speaker, it is not unusual that the pandemic has lasted this long. In fact, history would have shown that we have had pandemics before which have lasted even longer than this and would have been far more destructive. I pointed out that for Jamaica, somewhere in the 1860s, I believe it was, we had a cholera epidemic. And at that time, Jamaica's population was estimated to be somewhere in the region of about 400,000 persons. 10% of the population died as a result of cholera. You would know the cholera cemetery. We have it in Spanish Town, one just up the road there in Kingston, in St. Andrew. This pandemic obviously has not had that devastating an impact in terms of loss of lives, precisely because we have managed it well. We have put in place measures that when you look at the per capita death rate in Jamaica versus many other countries, we are very low. So that has contributed to a sense of safety and people believing that the risk of contracting is low. I want to just state here that as we move into the post-COVID era and we remove the measures that have kept you safe, the same measures that you quarrel about, you will have to make decisions about your health. If you are 60 and over, the statistics show that you are at a higher level of risk exposure. More than anybody else, you need to go and get vaccinated. If you are afflicted with a comorbidity, hypertension, heart disease, obesity, respiratory illnesses, you more than anybody else need to get vaccinated. So I can only appeal to your good conscience and your good reason to get vaccinated. Epidemics end in one of two ways. Either we close off all chains of transmission and drive cases to zero, as we have managed to do with the Ebola epidemics, or the disease becomes an ongoing part of the infectious disease landscape, or as we say, it becomes endemic, such as tuberculosis is endemic. Occasionally, a previously endemic disease is eradicated, and we have one example of that, and that is the smallpox. It does not appear that COVID-19 is going to be eradicated like smallpox. And by the way, it took years to eradicate smallpox. The shift from pandemic to the endemic phase requires a shift in mindset and strategy. Madam Speaker, the strategy that we have employed since the beginning of the pandemic in March 2020 was one designed to address the threat from a novel virus that our immune system had no previous exposure to and for which no effective means of prevention were available. Government policy and action was therefore necessary to shield citizens, particularly the most vulnerable, from being infected by the virus. The measures under the Disaster Risk Management Act were put in place to do that, and we have generally been effective in so doing when our citizens have followed them. Madam Speaker, it was never intended that these measures were to have lasted this long. These measures were never intended to be the solution. These measures were interim measures until a vaccine was found or some other clinical solutions. They are both available now, and therefore these measures will soon come to an end. Hundreds of thousands of our citizens have obtained immunity naturally through infection. I think that has just slipped over. Hundreds of thousands of our citizens have obtained immunity naturally through infection. They were infected. But here's the reality. Of the people who attained the infection naturally, how many have died? Let me tell you the figure. 2,331. Some of our citizens have obtained the immunity in a controlled way through vaccination, and I told you the figure full. We have administered over 1 million doses, 1,054,653 doses, and 17.6% of the population, or 481,900, have received the immunity in a controlled way. How many of them have died? And that's the issue. So those who are saying, well, I'll take my risk, you're taking a very high risk relative to being vaccinated. And that's the only way I can put it. So, Madam Speaker, our immune systems are still naive. Those who have been exposed to it, their immune system would be naive. But our public health management system and our social awareness of the disease and the virus and how it works, we are no longer naive in that way. So we know how to cope after almost 2 years of pleading and exhortations and measures. So in this context, the government role has to evolve from imposing restrictions that would shield persons from the virus to arming them with even more knowledge and the means to protect themselves. The government continues to do this through public education on the infection prevention and control protocols, mask wearing, sanitizing, and physical distancing, as well as through improving access to vaccines. We now have all the vaccines that we need. Access to the vaccine, no longer an issue. Endemic diseases, Madam Speaker, still need to be managed. So, whilst we make the shift, Madam Speaker, we are still going to seek to manage the disease. We will still make budgetary allocations to ensure that we can treat with persons who get ill. But, Madam Speaker, it cannot be at the expense of other persons who need equally and entitled equally to health care. Madam Speaker, we have to get to the point where the society evolves and internalizes a set of norms and behaviors that are practiced routinely to engage us to get back our economy to full productive capacity, to get our children back into face-to-face learning in schools, and at the same time keep ourselves safe from the disease. Madam Speaker, recognizing this, we have commenced a gradual and controlled process of getting our economy back to full production and to give all Jamaicans the opportunity to earn their livelihoods while protecting their health. Madam Speaker, while the government will continue to work on providing citizens with the knowledge, that is, the public education and the means, the availability and access to vaccines to protect themselves, whether or not they do so is ultimately a matter of personal choice. Those who choose to make the responsible choice cannot be held ransom by those who do not. Today, our national football team will play the United States at the National Stadium with only fully vaccinated persons in attendance. Madam Speaker, I want to commend the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports and the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, as well as other government agencies, the Vaccine Operationalization Task Force, and the Jamaica Football Federation, who have all worked closely together to make this possible. I would also like to commend the AMBER Group for developing the registration and ticketing platform that will reside within the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. Madam Speaker, this event is intended to serve as a proof of concept for how large-scale events could be held safely for fully vaccinated persons. We will closely monitor today's match, and we will use the information to improve the systems and protocols for subsequent events. Of course, I know you will all join me in wishing our team all the best later on the match. Start. 5 o'clock. Start already. Madam Speaker, as I close, I'm signaling to the nation that our current approach and strategy towards managing COVID-19 is nearing the end of its useful life and will evolve to one that is appropriate to dealing with an endemic disease. We cannot continue indefinitely to put significant restraint on the ability of our citizens to earn their livelihoods, move about freely and enjoy their lives in order to shield citizens whose choices do not protect themselves and their communities. We must get on with the business of the country and focus our attention on addressing the many other pressing issues that are facing our citizens. For example, Madam Speaker, the epidemic of crime and violence and the learning loss caused by the pandemic. Madam Speaker, I leave it in the hands of the people.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the opposition doesn't take any issue with the new measures that have been announced. I would say extending the curfew to 9 o'clock makes eminent sense, and I would say practically, if you're on the road at 9 o'clock, you still have a lot of people trying to get home, and so I think it's a good move to give persons an additional hour to complete their business after work. For small businesses that depend on patronage in the night, whether they be supermarkets, the pan chicken man, fast food entities, the extra hour will allow them to earn more. So we take no issue with that. Neither would I have any objection to the change in the entry protocols for fully vaccinated persons who take PCR tests. I do believe persons who have made the decision to be vaccinated, in my view, should be allowed some privileges that the unvaccinated don't have. And so again, I have no objection to fully vaccinated persons being allowed that. And the expansion in terms of the numbers at AGMs, places of worships and weddings, the only question I would ask is whether you had mentioned or hinted at it before, whether there is going to be differential treatment for those who are vaccinated versus who are not. And I believe it is something to consider to encourage more people to get vaccinated. I would never advocate for essential services to fall into this category, but I do believe some form of encouragement where people who have played by the rules, have done everything. I'm fully vaccinated, Chris. I would like my booster. When can I get it? I want my third shot, right? So those who are fully vaccinated, I believe, should enjoy some privileges that those who have chosen not to be fully vaccinated. So in summary, Prime Minister, what you have announced here, I take no issue with as an opposition.
Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, there's no doubt that anyone could disagree with your pronouncements on vaccination. The science explains it, and we on this side certainly are totally in agreement with vaccination and encouraging others to be vaccinated, because we understand the protection it gives, and as your data quoted, suggesting that 98.5% of persons in hospitals who have COVID, are unvaccinated. Just a few questions I'd like to ask, Prime Minister, and I don't know if you or you leave them to the Health Minister to answer. You mentioned that there will be no shutting down again. And the last time you spoke in the Parliament here, I broached the subject of having home testing or self-testing, and mention about schools as well. Even though the protocol going forward, moving from a pandemic to an endemic disease, as you have suggested, will have to change, it is something that I would urge the government to look at. And I know you hinted at something in a presentation some time ago in response to an answer, not here in the House, but elsewhere. Prime Minister, you mentioned that 2,331 persons have died, but we also have 341 deaths that are under investigation. And the numbers have been rising steadily for those under investigation. There was a time it was just like 120, 121. And what we are seeing now is that those numbers have increased. But what we have also been noticing, Prime Minister, is that there is a lag in the deaths compared to them being reported. And why I say that is that when you look at the ministry's daily report, what we see is that there are numbers coming out of one particular parish where there are 5 or 6. Say you have 24 the day reported, 5 or 6. and you see a footnote which says that it's for the period X to X, which sometimes is about 4 or 5 weeks, sometimes months. Could we therefore ask the Minister of Health, as part of the reporting, that they indicate the numbers that have died the previous day, for which the numbers of tests are being reported, and those that have died other times to be desegregated or to be segregated? Secondly, Prime Minister, thirdly, I say that against the background that I know as a fact that in one major hospital within the past 3 days, there are 5 persons who have died one night, but none of the figures up to today have reported them. Means, therefore, that the Ministry Central is not getting the numbers on a timely basis. But secondly, it also gives persons out there, and people have been saying it, colleagues have been saying it to me, that there's a throttling of the numbers by the ministry. And we need to ensure that if confidence is to exist in the community, that the fulsome disclosures are being made. Prime Minister, I'm glad you mentioned, and your chart indicated, that the number of beds occupied by COVID patients are decreasing. And it gives us an opportunity, as you have said as well, and the Minister does agree, that it will give an opportunity for all those elective cases that have been piling up for over a year and 6-8 months to be done in hospital, simply because there is a opening for these to be done. The matter, though, Prime Minister, is that permission, I think, needs to be given to the local hospitals to start engage back in this elective surgery, because hospitals are saying basically they're only doing emergencies simply because they have not been given the go-ahead. And I know as time gets better, that probably can be ironed out. And finally, Prime Minister, I want to speak to the 4th wave that you mentioned. And I agree with you totally in that if you predicted that it will come in January, but that prediction is based on how we as a people handle the situation during the period that you're giving the work program for. You didn't want to call it a particular name, but during the Christmas period. So the continuous exhortation for us to abide by the rules, to wear the mask, to practice physical distancing, to avoid the huge crowds is very important, timely, if we are not to get to that 4th phase. So I agree with you in respect of that. And Prime Minister, finally, I said finally before, but another finally. It would be interesting to know what are the results that have come out of the genomic sequencing machine that you have handed over to the viral laboratory, if we even have a Jamaican variant. Thank you.
I wish to thank the opposition spokesperson on health for the questions that he has asked. Unfortunately, I am not briefed, and he knows this, but he just wanted to get the information out there. I'm not briefed to answer you on the issues of the declaration of whether or not the deaths that are under investigation are COVID caused or not. I'm sorry, Minister Tufton would be in a better position than I would be to answer you. Save and except to say that the policy and the strong directive is that we must disclose all information to the public regarding the management of the COVID-19 pandemic. And that has been from day one. Confidence in what is being said by the Ministry of Health is of utmost importance. So we have never sought to hide that information. I think maybe what is at play is trying to be certain before any declaration is made. The other questions you raised regarding the results from the genome sequencing machine. The machine obviously is finally here. We handed it over. It is in use. I will seek to get an update, and when I come to address the House again on this matter, I will have that in my brief. Thank you. development. Thank you.
Announcements. Bills brought from the Senate.
Dr. Clifton, Dr. Clifton, our statement again.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following: Ministry Papers number 79 to 92, respectively, dated May 10, 2021, May 17, 21, May 31st, 2021, June 7, 14, 21 and 28, respectively, July 5, 12, 19, and 26, respectively, August 9, 16, and 30th, respectively. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Sports Development Foundation for calendar year 2019. The Jamaica Gazette Supplement, Proclamations, Rules and Regulations, Volume 144, Number 148, dated Sunday, November 14, 2021. Proclamation Number 4 of 2021. The Jamaica Gazette Supplement, Proclamation, Rules and Regulations, 1499, Volume 144, Number 149, dated Sunday, November 14, 2021. The Jamaica Gazette Supplement, Proclamations, Rules and Regulations, 1503, Volume 144, Number 150, dated Sunday, November 14, 2021. Number 186, the Emergency Powers Act, the Emergency Powers Specified Areas in the Parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, Regulations 2021. The Jamaica Gazette Supplement, Proclamations, Rules and Regulations, 1537, Volume 144, Number 151, dated Sunday, November 14, 2021. Number 187, the Emergency Powers Act, the Emergency Powers Parishes of St. James, Westmoreland and Hanover, Regulations 2021. And Special Audited Report, Jamaica Customs Agency, Bunkering Operations and Private Bonded Warehouse. And also the Annual Report of the Audited Financial Statements of the Sport Development Foundation for calendar year 2019.
Thank you. Bills brought from the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate. To the Honorable House of Representatives, I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 12th day of November 2021, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trafficking in Persons, Prevention, Suppression and Punishment Act was passed in the Senate without amendment. Signed, Thomas Tavares Finsno, JCD, QCJP, President of the Senate.
Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally. Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business.
Madam Chair, on the matter of public business, We will continue the state of the constituency debate today, and we have two speakers. The member for Northeast, St. Anne, and the member for Well, yes. May I invite you to ask the member for St. Anne Northeast, Ms. Marsha Smith, to make her presentation.
Honorable Marsha Smith, MP, St. Anne Northeastern, maiden presentation.
Good. Madam Speaker, today it is my honor and privilege to address this honorable House for the first time. September 3rd, 2020 was historic for Jamaica, the constituency of St. Anne Northeastern, and myself. The momentous day did not happen by chance, but by God's will, for in Him alone resides the power to raise up and tear down nations and leaders. All honor, glory, and power belong to Him, and it is He who has brought me to this place and time. I pray that as I represent the constituents of St. Anne Northeastern, that I will remain true to my oath of office.
That's right.
I acknowledge with gratitude the support of the people of St. Anne Northeastern, who by the power of their vote at the ballot elected me to represent their interests. I especially acknowledge and give thanks to the Jamaica Labour Party constituency organization, the 4 councillors, the staff of the constituency office.
That's right. That's right.
The constituency executive, divisional executives, party workers, donors, and supporters. Your support in the days leading up to September 3rd, 2020, and continuing to present is of great value to me, and I do not take it for granted. I acknowledge especially our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness,
That's right.
ONPC. You continue to deal with the nation's affairs with soberness. To you I say, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. May God continue to keep you in His grace. I thank you for your support and confidence evidenced by my appointment as a Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. I acknowledge and thank specially the General Secretary and Chairman of the Jamaica Labour Party, Dr. the Honorable Horace Chang, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, and the Honorable Robert Montague, the Minister of Transport and Mining. Their support and guidance have been invaluable. I acknowledge my senior minister, Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clark, the Minister of Finance and the Public Service. It is my pleasure and honor to serve as your junior minister. You are navigating the Jamaican economy through perilous seas with a steady hand. History will record you as being one of the best ministers of finance the country has ever known. I acknowledge and thank the Financial Secretary Darlene Morrison, Deputy Financial Secretary Wayne Jones, and the other team members from the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. It has been my pleasure working with you since September 2020. I acknowledge my family and close friends. Your care and concern for me are truly appreciated. Even as I acknowledge and thank the living, I pause and call to mind those who are no longer among us. Today, I highlight 3 such persons of great influence in my life. March 8th, International Women's Day, has been special to the people of St. Ann Northeastern since 2001. On this day in 2001, the late Honorable Shahini Robinson cemented her place in history as the Jamaica Labour Party's standard bearer for St. Ann Northeastern. Her unbroken leadership for almost 20 years was marked by grace, zeal, and passion for the welfare of her constituents. Her legacy reminds us as women that we are called to be leaders in whatever space we are. It is indeed an honor to succeed her in the representation of the constituency. The late Tyrone Robinson was an election campaign organizer extraordinaire. It was my privilege to have had him as my campaign manager in the 2020 general elections. He was a valued advisor during and after the elections. I was blessed to have known and worked with him. He was sensitive to the needs of the regular man, but he also understood the importance of engaging the private and public sector to find solutions. He served the constituency of St. Ann Northeastern well. I pay tribute to the late Ernest Augusta Smith. My father and former parliamentarian who represented the constituency of St. Ann Southwestern for 2 consecutive terms. Prior to his success at the polls in 2002, he was among a group of politicians known as born losers. Notwithstanding that demeaning designation, he did not give up in the quest to serve the nation at the parliamentary level. He exhibited great passion for serving others, often to the detriment of his own personal well-being. Even as I speak from this lectern, I remember his passion. He procured and donated to this House the lecterns currently in use. My family and I thank all parliamentarians and the staff members of the House of Parliament who have paid tribute to his life of service. Madam Speaker, the state of the constituency debates afford for us as members of Parliament an opportunity to report on where our constituencies are, where we wish for them to go, and gives us a platform from which to urge our budget planners to give priority to projects that will enhance the lives of our constituents. St. Ann Northeastern is the administrative, tourism, and business capital of St. Ann. It is home to several Government of Jamaica entities, such as the St. Anne Municipal Corporation, the St. Anne Divisional Headquarters of the Jamaican Constabulary Force, the St. Anne Health Department, and the St. Anne Parish Court. The economy of the constituency is heavily dependent on tourism and other service industries, as there is limited scope for mining and/or agriculture. It is a major tourism mecca for stopover visitors and cruise ship passengers. The vibrancy of life in the constituency has attracted many persons to live, work, and invest there. My term of office commenced in September 2020, approximately 6 months after the government of Jamaica instituted a series of measures to address the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The sudden fallout in tourism was devastating to the socio-economic fabric of the constituency. The closure of several hotels, attractions, and tourism-related businesses had a negative impact on direct and indirect employment in the constituency. The local economy contracted due to this sudden and extensive loss in the earning capacity of a large percentage of the residents. I thank Minister Clark for instituting the various Government of Jamaica care programs that have benefited many in the constituency. I also thank him for extending to members of Parliament additional support to the Constituency Development Fund by way of injections for funding of care packages and the provision of 100 devices for students under the Serve Jamaica Digital Device Program. These programs have created an important buffer between the constituents and the effects of the pandemic. Some persons were also assisted through other arms of government, such as the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. As Member of Parliament, I obtained approval for the Constituency Development Fund to fund several social outreach projects such as care packages, funeral grants, educational assistance, welfare and emergency assistance, housing assistance, and entrepreneurship grants. The truth is, the allocation of $20 million to a Member of Parliament is insufficient to meet all constituency needs. I am, however, encouraged by the recovery of the Jamaican economy. I know that increased visitor arrivals have had an important part of that recovery. It is my hope that all constituents engaged in the tourism industry, such as craft vendors, hotel and attraction workers, and transportation providers, will equip themselves to participate in this recovery. This they will do by vaccinating, mask wearing, social distancing, and implementing proper sanitation protocols. As we welcome back visitors to our tourist mecca, I ask that the Ministry of Tourism, through its agencies such as the Tourism Enhancement Fund, TEF, and the Tourism Product Development Company Limited, TPDCO, take the steps necessary to improve the aesthetics of the resort town of Ocho Rios. This can be achieved through funding of projects that beautify public spaces and roadways, and also by the continuation of the cleaning and maintenance of the main drains in Ocho Rios. TEF currently funds the drain cleaning and the maintenance project in Ocho Rios. I am, however, recommending that the project be reviewed with a view to increasing the frequency of drain cleaning and a raising in the standard of work. Ocho Rios is a premier destination in the Caribbean and home to the #1 Caribbean tourist attraction, the Dunn's River Falls and Park. We must do all that is necessary to preserve the iconic status of Ocho Rios. I am looking forward to the start of work slated for Fantasy Beach in Prairie. These works will upgrade and expand the tourist product in the St. Anne's Bay area and create new opportunities for commerce and employment. This beach was selected for upgrade under TEF's National Beach Development Program, and it is hoped that the program, which was announced in 2018, will now proceed with no further delays. Madam Speaker, education is important to the constituents of St. Anne Northeastern. It has been the foundation from which many success stories have emerged.
Madam Speaker, the Speaker's time has expired. I move that you increase the time sufficiently to allow her to complete her presentation.
Members, the question before the House is that the member's time be increased sufficiently to allow her to complete her presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Member?
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members of the House, for the extension of my time to speak. Like other areas of Jamaica, schools in the constituency have been negatively affected by the pandemic. The shift from in-person instruction to virtual and/or blended instruction has disrupted and/or terminated the education of many students. This is mainly driven by a lack of devices and limited access to the internet. Amid these challenges, however, resources have been deployed to ameliorate the situation. The Constituency Development Fund has provided 90 tablets for 9 schools in the constituency. 758 tablets have been distributed to students on paths from grades 4 to 6. 295 tablets have been distributed to students on paths from grades 10 to 13. 1,207 applications for Own Your Own Device have been approved, and I await the additional 100 devices under the Serve Jamaica Digital Device Program. Several individuals and organizations have also heeded the call to procure devices for our needy students. It takes a village to raise a child, and I give thanks to all private and public efforts aimed at reducing the digital divide. I welcome the phased return of in-person instruction, and I encourage parents and guardians of all students between the ages of 12 to 18 years to have them vaccinated. I have been advised by the Acting Medical Officer of Health for the Parish of St. Anne, Dr. Tamika Henry, that vaccination among our students is proceeding at a steady and encouraging pace. 1,098 doses of Pfizer have been administered at the 3 high schools in the constituency. 749 of the doses administered are first doses. I thank all parents and guardians of the vaccinated students for playing their role in ensuring that normalcy can be returned to our schools. I have also noted, Madam Speaker, that even where devices are made available to students, reliable and affordable connectivity to the internet is an issue. I am therefore grateful to the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology through its agency, the Universal Service Fund, USF, for providing public access points in the constituency. The Ocherios Town Centre benefited in December 2020 from the rollout of the Connect Jamaica public Wi-Fi. The USF has also selected 3 other sites for installation of community access points. Phase 1 saw the installation of free Wi-Fi on the Windsor property in St. Anne's Bay in October 2021. Phase 2 will see a similar installation in Exchange Ocherios with an expected completion by December 2021. Phase 3 will be the installation of free Wi-Fi in the Steertown area with a scheduled completion date of March 2022. These interventions will help to expand digital inclusion among the most vulnerable socio-economic groups in our constituency. In March 2021, a team from the USF, the councillors, and myself scouted several areas in a bid to identify suitable community access point sites. The tour brought into sharp focus the numerous pockets of poverty in the constituency and the prevalence of informal settlements. In fact, the constituency of St. Anne Northeastern has the highest number of informal settlements in the parish of St. Anne. I am happy that the Honourable Pernell Charles Jr., the Minister in the Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change, in his sectoral presentation earlier this year, stated that addressing informal settlements is a priority for his ministry. The National Squatter Survey that was commenced in 2020 is a necessary step in the planning of any strategies the ministry will employ. The prevalence of these communities shows that urgent attention needs to be focused on the provision of affordable housing and for there to be accelerated regularization of informal settlements. For my part, I have commenced a series of engagements with some of the owners of lands on which informal settlements exist, with a view to having the regularization done. One such landowner is the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Company. Portions of the company's lands in the Pimento Walk and Snow Hill areas of Ocherios have seen high rates of squatting. I have met with the management of Jamaica Bauxite Mining Company and the Housing Agency of Jamaica Limited to initiate the necessary preparatory discussions. Teams from the Bauxite Company, the Housing Agency of Jamaica Limited, the Council for the Ocherios Division, and I have toured the area. I am encouraged by this year's sectoral presentation of the Minister of Transport and Mining, the Honourable Robert Montague, in which he stated that the Bauxite Company is ready to play its part in ensuring that the regularization proceeds. Thank you. I have also commenced discussions with the management of both the Urban Development Corporation, UDC, and the Housing Agency of Jamaica Limited as it relates to the regularization of informal settlements on lands owned by the UDC in Steertown, and the feasibility of housing development of the lands in Davistown and Mansfield areas of the constituency. In July 2021, management teams from both the UDC and the Housing Agency of Jamaica Limited toured with me the UDC lands in Davistown, Steertown, and Mansfield. I am hopeful that from these tours will spring concrete plans to solve the housing challenges in these communities. It is also hoped that the ministries, agencies, and departments charged with seeking solutions to informal settlements will receive the budgetary support necessary for these solutions to move from abstract ideas to projects on ground. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to note that the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, JISTV, has been working in the Steertown community for over 10 years. The various projects executed in the community commenced due to the advocacy of the Steertown Community Development Committee, Benevolent Society, guided and supported by the late Honorable Shahini Robinson. Between 2020 to present, the following projects were completed by JISTV. 241 water laterals laid, Steertown Primary School rehabilitated and provided with 1 greenhouse, solid waste management interventions including provision of 3 concrete enclosures, a skip, 141 bins, and 22 metal enclosures, zinc fence substitution project wherein 1,046 meters was replaced with permanent fencing and electrical wiring of 150 homes. The beneficiary communities for all and or some of these projects are Gaza, Boardhouse, Gulf, Ball Ground, Gully, and Godstow. I salute JISTV and the Steertown Community Development Committee, Benevolent Society, for partnering to ensure that these projects were successful. Notwithstanding the commendable works done by JISTV, the Steertown community requires continued and targeted social investment. I have asked the Minister of National Security to give due consideration to the establishment of a zone of special operations in the Steertown area to address the socio-economic challenges faced by the community, and to also give consideration for the establishment of a police force in the abandoned Steertown Post Office. I ask that these requests be treated with the utmost urgency. Safe communities are important to overall well-being. An important aspect of having a safe community is the provision of services for the resolution of disputes and the prosecution of crimes. In the constituency, the primary access to justice is through the court system. Justice is important to the preservation of peace and security in the land. I am pleased to report that work on the family court in St. Anne's Bay is ongoing and is expected to be completed by January 22, the latest. I encourage the Ministry of Justice to prioritize the plans to construct a new courthouse in St. Anne's Bay on lands across from the Marcus Garvey Technical High School. The parish court in St. Anne's Bay has long outgrown its current location. Madam Speaker, I'm going to move to another form of infrastructure, and that is the road infrastructure. The road infrastructure in the constituency is maintained by both the St. Anne Municipal Corporation and the National Works Agency. In the past year, the National Works Agency has completed the following projects: the White River to Bonham Spring Main Road, which commenced in November 2020, the Breadnut Hill Road, which commenced August 2020. At present, work is progressing on the following projects, having commenced in September 21. St. Anne's Bay to Limehall, Steertown to Hermitage. The 4 projects combined are valued at $126,307,360. The agency has also commenced rehabilitation of the Parsons Gully in Prairie, work having commenced in June 2021 at a contract value of $52,156,000. This project is slated to be completed by the end of 2021. The National Works Agency also continues to carry out recurrent patching, drain cleaning, bushing, and mitigation works in the constituency. I have made representations to the Works Agency regarding the drain along Milford Road in Ocherius, which is structurally compromised and has the potential to undermine the homes in the Fern Grove housing scheme and the structure of the Milford Road itself. I look forward to receiving a positive response from the agency as it relates to this drain. I note, Madam Speaker, that a large percentage of roads in the constituency are parish council roads or scheme roads. I am happy that 2 housing schemes have benefited from the National Housing Trust special project to upgrade scheme roads. This special project is important as it ensures that scheme roads are rehabilitated and formally handed over to municipalities. The 2 beneficiary schemes are the Fern Grove Housing Scheme in Ocherius and the Steertown Housing Scheme Phase 1. The Fern Grove Housing Scheme project is completed and the Steertown Housing Scheme project is ongoing with an expected completion in December 2021. The state of repair of parochial roads remains untenable. Today, I stand in solidarity with my councillors and request that larger sums be allocated to the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development to be spent towards the rehabilitation and repair of parochial roads. Madam Speaker, even though agriculture is not the major economic activity in the constituency, there are pockets of agricultural production. Rural Agriculture Development Company, RADA, has implemented an onion and potato program in the constituency. This constituency is known as producing the majority of onions in the parish of St. Anne. 20 farmers in the constituency benefited from onion seeds and pesticides. Over 30 farmers benefited from the Irish potato program. 4 farmers benefited under the hot pepper program. 120 farmers benefited from the flood damage recovery program in early 2021. They received pesticides and seeds such as tomato, sweet pepper, cabbage, carrot, and lettuce. 10 farmers were selected to benefit from irrigation kits and 1,000-gallon water tanks. Onion and potato farmers are expected to receive planting seeds in this current month. RADA and the Civil Farmers Benevolent Society in 2020 collaborated and together obtained approval from the Environment Foundation of Jamaica for a pineapple project which saw 40 farmers receiving 2,500 pineapple suckers. Farm roads are also important to farming areas, as when they are fit for purpose, they allow farmers to access markets more efficiently. I am pleased to share that Phase 3 of the rehabilitation of the Farmers Heights Farm Road has commenced, and completion is expected this year. The constituency, Madam Speaker, is blessed with good water quality. However, as with other constituencies, the supply of this commodity is not always reliable. I am, however, happy to report that several projects were undertaken by the National Water Commission in the constituency to improve the supply of this commodity. These projects are 6-inch pipes installed at Breadnut Hill, completed November 2020, White River Exchange relift upgrade, which included the installation of new pumps and motors, completed December 2020. Exchange upgrade, which included upgrading of pipelines on different streets, completed in March 2021. Civil upgrade, which includes the installation of new pumps and motors. This work is ongoing and expected to be completed by December 2021. Shaw Park pipe installation of 1.9 kilometers of 4-inch pipes, which is currently underway. I also await the start of the Drax Hall to Hospital Gate extension project, which will see the installation of 5 kilometers of 24-inch ductile iron pipeline from Drax Hall to St. Anne's Bay roundabout. This project is expected to further alleviate issues relating to the reliability of water supply. Planners are urged to give this project priority, as its importance to the economy of the constituency cannot be overstated. The expected improvement in the water infrastructure is timely, as there are ongoing hotel construction projects and future hotel construction projects on the horizon. One such project is the Sandals Duns River Resort project. I commend the Sandals Resort International Group for its investment in the constituency in the midst of the pandemic. This construction project has provided employment for several laborers and skilled workers in the constituency. I am also heartened that investment in the constituency has diversified beyond the traditional tourism investment. IBEX Global has set up a business processing outsourcing BPO center in the Drax Hall area of the constituency. It was launched with 300 workers and is expected to employ 750 workers when fully outfitted. A diversified economy has more resiliency. Madam Speaker, I end my presentation with a discussion on health. I am pleased to share that there have been several infrastructure upgrades at the St. Anne's Bay Hospital, such as the construction of a 500,000-gallon water tank to serve as a backup supply for the facility. The National Health Fund has financed the construction of a sewage treatment plant, which is near completion. Work was recently completed on piping all hospital wards with liquid oxygen, and the hospital's laundry equipment has been upgraded. In addition to the works at the St. Anne's Bay Hospital, the Stairtown Health Centre and the St. Anne's Bay Health Centres have been renovated. In the recent sectoral debates, the Minister of Health and Wellness indicated that the St. Anne's Bay Hospital is slated to benefit from a $545 million upgrade, which will include a new outpatient block, expansion of radiology, and a new intensive care unit. There are also plans for the construction of a new health centre in Ocho Rios. I urge that the funding necessary for the upgrade to the St. Anne's Bay Hospital and the construction of the Ocherus Health Centre be put in place as a matter of urgency. The people of St. Anne Northeastern are looking forward to the commencement of these works. In the past year, the primary challenge to the health services has been the COVID-19 pandemic. As at November 13, 2021, 70,350 vaccine doses were administered in the parish of St. Anne. There have been several vaccine blitzes and mobile operations. Vaccination continues at fixed sites in the constituency at the St. Anne's Bay Health Centre on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and the Turtle River Park on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I salute all our health workers who have remained committed to the task of keeping the nation safe and healthy. I thank them for their service. Even as our health workers work tirelessly to provide health care in the midst of a pandemic, they continue to face resistance. We often say health is wealth, but I would go further and say that public health is public wealth. It has been difficult for me to understand the hesitation to vaccinate and the willful disobedience of the rules and protocols put in place to retard the spread of the pandemic. Public health initiatives have at their heart the prevention of disease and a reduction in the severity of disease. Public health implies a collective approach to the fight against disease. As Jamaicans, we all need to do our part in the fight against COVID-19. I repeat, social distancing, mask wearing, washing of hands, increased sanitation of surfaces, and vaccination are all weapons in the fight against COVID-19. If we do not join in the fight, then our national response will be anemic, lacking in energy and vitality. One of the unfortunate byproducts of the pandemic has been the longer wait times for health care. This is so because many health interventions require persons to be confirmed COVID-19 free before being able to access treatment. And in addition, hospital patient capacity has been reduced. I have observed this personally. My deceased father was seriously ill with cancer and required hospitalization based on the advice of his physician. He, however, had to prove his COVID-19 free status before he could be considered for admission to hospital. It took 2 days to get the results of his PCR tests, and after he jumped through the hurdle of the COVID-19 testing, it took another 2 days before space was found for him on a hospital ward. While he waited to be admitted to our ward, he was in an intermediate holding area of the hospital that is suspended between accident and emergency and a ward. Here was a man who required urgent medical care. In pre-COVID-19 times, he would have been admitted the same day. But the reality of COVID-19 is that many persons who are seriously ill have a longer wait time in accessing medical care. This is my story, and I can guarantee you that all of us here know of similar stories. We need to remember that the COVID-19 pandemic has affected the overall provision of health services. We need to wise up as a country and do what is necessary in this fight for survival. The country needs to return to and maintain an acceptable level of public health, a place where infections are not surging out of control, and the health system can deal with those infections efficiently, but not at the expense of providing other health services to the population. The unwillingness of many to join in the fight against COVID-19 shows a lack of understanding of the interconnectedness of our lives. Individual decisions have an impact on the nation. Blame for society's problems cannot be solely laid at the feet of leaders. Every Jamaican has a duty to abide by the laws and regulations of the land. As far as is dependent on us, we must all live in peace with all men and seek after the good of all. I love my God, I love my family, I love my country, Jamaica. May the Eternal Father bless our land and continue to guard us with his mighty hand. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I certainly think that we have been treated to an excellent performance by a first-time Member of Parliament and Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance. Madam Speaker, I invite you to suspend the State of the Constituency debate until next week, when the 23rd of November, when we'll have the final speakers. The former leader of the opposition and Member of Parliament for East Central St. Andrew, Mr. Peter Phillips, will speak, as well as Ms. Denise Daly from a constituency in St. Catherine. Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the recommittal of the item statements by ministers to allow the Minister of Health and Wellness to make his statement.
Members, first of all, the question is that we suspend the State of Constituency debate, which will be finalized next week, Tuesday, when the Parliament sits. And we ask for recommittal of the item statements by ministers to allow the Minister of Health and Wellness to make a statement. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleagues, and I do take note of the time and the heavy matter that has been covered since the start of the proceedings, and also the demonstration of fatigue on the opposite side, where the numbers are very limited. So I'll be brief, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, we speak.
Madam Speaker, I just wonder. I'm just wondering if there was. I was just wondering if there was some previous understandings between the member and the member opposite, and whether this will be taken this evening or carried over. He did. So there was some previous understandings.
Madam Speaker, the people's business cannot wait sometimes, and I think it was important. But I thank the member for his indulgence, and I'm sure he will cover for his colleagues who are absent. Madam Speaker, public health has been dominated by the COVID concerns, and the Honourable Prime Minister clearly has been doing an excellent job in leading that charge. But there are so many other areas of public health, Madam Speaker, that continues to function and must function in order to satisfy the needs of the population of the Jamaican people. And oftentimes we miss updating the country on some of those areas. And so my frequency over the past week or two to make statements is an attempt to try and catch up with some of those developments by updating the country. Today, Madam Speaker, briefly, I'd like to speak to an element of our infrastructure development that has been in the works and we have been making very good progress on as part of enhancing and upgrading our healthcare system. I speak, Madam Speaker, of the US $8.43 million or 1.3 billion Jamaican dollar investment in our ICT infrastructure towards the digital transformation of the health sector. Madam Speaker, the work is being done under the Health System Strengthening Program of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and for which we now have, a week and a half or so ago, a signed contract having gone through competitive tendering with one of our major telecoms provider, Cable and Wireless Jamaica Limited. So that's a 1.3 billion Jamaican dollars, Madam Speaker, contract signed by Cable and Wireless Jamaica Limited. The investment affords us, Madam Speaker, a network of more than 2,000 computers, 400 plus medical grade tablets that provide or will provide universal access, and this is selected private access to medical records and with high-speed connectivity between data center and our over 105 health facilities, which would include, Madam Speaker, hospitals and health centers island-wide. There's also a built-in, Madam Speaker, in this arrangement, disaster recovery system and cybersecurity to protect patient data. The system also gives us, Madam Speaker, cost savings of more than 1.5 million US dollars on equipment and network connectivity over a 3-year period. In other words, Madam Speaker, the public health system, in keeping with the vision of the government, starting all the way back 5 years ago, is making progress towards modernization and the establishment of a technology platform, starting with networking and providing the hardware to support that. The development, Madam Speaker, is timely, and it is important as we look to reduce the transaction cost associated with delivering health care in Jamaica, and in the shadow of the pandemic that has reinforced the need for a robust and agile health system that is responsive to the changing needs of the population. The next 3 years, Madam Speaker, having signed this contract and work has commenced, thanks to the investment, we will see improved access to medical services island-wide, including in rural areas where they face transport challenges oftentimes and limited staff. So communities, Madam Speaker, we can name a few like Maroon Town in St. Elizabeth, Ultra Spring in Trelawney, South Trelawney, Madam Speaker, your area, Gordon Town in Kingston and St. Andrew, Alexandra in St. Ann, Mansion Hill in Portland, will benefit from that networking and from the devices, the technology devices, which will allow remote access, including telemedicine. We should also see an improved appointment system at our various health facilities, while the introduction of electronic prescription will minimize the need for face-to-face interaction, Madam Speaker. At the same time, electronic access to patients' medical data means, among other things, that the patients themselves can now get a second opinion without having to worry about getting their hands on the physical copy of their health records, Madam Speaker. So essentially, we are in fact, Madam Speaker, embarking on an ambitious program to digitize the public health infrastructure for a more efficient delivery of service to the people of Jamaica whom we serve. The improvements, Madam Speaker, under the program, made possible through the financial support of the Inter-American Development Bank, a US $50 million loan, which was negotiated and signed a few years ago, and the European Union, a US $11 million grant, will also help to ensure that the health sector can obtain the needed insights into possible illnesses from cause through diagnosis. So the infrastructure allows for the logging of information, the easy access to that information, and the experts or doctors or specialists can then use that information to make quick diagnosis and, of course, benefiting the patient. I pause here, Madam Speaker, to thank again the team, both the local team but also the IADB and the EU partners who have been long-standing collaborators and, of course, supportive of our mission to bring growth and development to the country. The improvements associated with this investment supports the creation of a strong foundation for a digital health ecosystem that sees the transaction of paper records to digital format while delivering on the promise of a collaborative care, cost control, and the use of big data to diagnose and treat patients. This is all while enhancing the overall management of the health of Jamaicans. Madam Speaker, guided by the chronic care model that allows for interventions at the patient, provider, and systems level, in addition to primary care renewal, the health system strengthening program tackles these needs full on, enabling needed improvements to the physical infrastructure at 3 hospitals and 10 health centers, and providing medical equipment to support the delivery of care in these facilities. I'm referring here, Madam Speaker, of course, to our diagnostic expansion, something I spoke to last week, based on the outsourcing model that we have had going, which has benefited some 40,000 Jamaicans in the first year, which we have renewed. And I did say that in keeping with a complementary effort to place diagnostic equipment in our hospitals, this program actually does that. So in the end, we will have an outsourcing component, but we will also have equipment in-house. And we're talking about all the necessary equipment, the CT scans, the X-ray machines, and so on. Madam Speaker, the investment also takes us further along the road to fulfilling the World Health Organization criteria for a well-functioning health system characterized by not only the improved health status of individuals, families, and communities, but also the offer of protection against the financial consequences of ill health and the provision of equitable access to people-centered care. Finally, Madam Speaker, there are other achievements to date. The improvement to our ICT infrastructure adds other important achievements under this health system strengthening program, including the rollout of innovative telemonitoring training for public health practitioners being done as part of the project. Extension for community healthcare outcomes will be the benefit of this model that puts expert teams in touch with primary care physicians towards better patient outcomes. Detailed design work now underway, Madam Speaker, for 9 of 13 health facilities that will accommodate that technology-based infrastructure. The evaluation of the electronic health record system and the work on a mobile health app, which we will speak to later on, which will allow individual care, individual monitoring based on a mobile app that you can place on your phone or even on your watch, your digital device. Madam Speaker, we are pleased with our progress so far, and the coming months will see us accelerating these efforts in the public health interest to benefit all Jamaicans, Madam Speaker. And I just close by saying that really want to commend the healthcare team who have had to, over the past year, tackle the real challenges of COVID, diverting their attention to all the components of the response, but at the same time have had to be working assiduously in a very focused way on these very important projects, which are intended to be the medium to longer term benefits of public health. The question has been asked in the past, what is our plan for public health? It's not a reactive plan, Madam Speaker. This process started before COVID, and it involves several components. It is my duty to give an update as we go along. even while we work as a government and as a country to deal with the issues around COVID. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Madam Speaker, a statement such as this that speaks to the improved infrastructure to the health sector is welcome. The role of big data and digital technology will, we believe, reduce the transaction costs for the health sector. Of course, with that is the caution always about the cybersecurity and the protection of what is perhaps the most sensitive data there is, and that is the health data of individuals in this country. And so even as the Minister and the government proceeds in that direction, which has to be commended, it signals an improvement and an efficiency of health delivery. The question of data records and the security of those, we believe, a principal concern to the population at large, and we want to hear more about that as things unfold as we go ahead. But thank the Minister for his statement.
Madam Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business for the day. I now invite you to adjourn this House until next Tuesday, November 23rd at 2 p.m. at the George William Gordon House. I please you, Madam Speaker.
The question before the House is that we do adjourn until next Tuesday, the 23rd of November. And members, I am urging us all on Tuesday. We have a full agenda to let us be here to start at 2 o'clock. Please, it is the 23rd of November, next week, Tuesday, at 2 p.m. The House is now adjourned.
And other attractions. Even the smallest children can find a place for splashing, paddling or messing about with a ball in the water. Interiors, facades and the whole buildings are often decorated in the Spanish style. The hotels are cosy, spacious and most of all cool. It gets quite hot, however, during the different active entertainment programs that are common in all the Mondain hotels. The gardens around the hotels are especially pleasing, being kept with extra care and passion. The Playa de Ombosa beach and its surroundings look how a beautiful beach should look like. It's wide with soft sand and has water that offers welcome refreshment. The refreshment is particularly needed after a short beach volleyball match, for example. Back in Ibiza City. The city and its attractions are alluring after several days of ideal life on the beach. It's necessary to dress and smarten yourself up for the next party before you rush headlong into the nightlife again. We recommend that you visit, for instance, the In Friseur House of Hair if you need your hair done because it's weak or fraying. They don't only wash, cut and comb hair here, but the head is treated as an artistic subject too. If you want a new haircut or want your hair dyeing or some complicated hairdo for the evening, a hairdresser creates the best style for each individual head. Though this isn't typical for Spanish hairdressers here, they take a lot of time over their work. Having finished, you can go in elegant style for something to eat. For example, in the Cala Colonial restaurant, a popular meeting point for islanders as well as tourists. Meals are served here in a pleasantly cool yard with many plants. The best option is indeed to have fresh food that the sea offers every day and a light ice-cold fruit punch. However, you should by no means miss Tinto de Verano, summer red wine. People drink it with lemonade as a refreshing drink virtually the whole day. Refreshed, you can go shopping. Finally, you have to get a new outfit. There are countless fashionable boutiques with stylish clothes in the centre. Here, everything follows the latest fashions, so you will need a lot of time before you get through the enormous selection on offer. But it's definitely worth it. You can get, for example, shoes really cheaply here. You can dress very well, but also a bit more traditionally with Jürgen Olas. This German has chosen Ibiza for his new home, so he could offer his own creations to ladies here who like fashion. His clothes are elegant or playful, but never boring. Of course, you have to pay more money here. Mr. Olas himself will explain what is so special about his creations. People who come to me can see that these are clothes that you can't find anywhere else. The clothes are, you can buy Versace, Armani everywhere, but can't get Olas anywhere, only here. And that's the advantage for the people who like my stuff. And I have customers who like my clothes. They come and shop here. And that's what's also nice about it. Simply, it's different from normal. But what is normal? I make things which you cannot buy at every corner. Refreshed, done up and newly dressed, there is nothing to stop you now from rushing into the renowned Ibiza nightlife. You can usually begin in the streets. You can drink ice-cold sangria or sparkling mojito in many bars or cafes. For now, we are only having a look around. The night is still young and we will need energy for the disco, so a helping of cheese or olives cannot do any harm. You meet promotional teams of individual clubs everywhere. Sexy and sharply dressed girls and sometimes transvestites too hand out show cards inviting you to a disco or to a club. And if you flow with the crowd, you will probably come across a place where you can get some kind of trinkets, lucky charms or maybe bracelets of friendship. You get to know people here quickly. Partying people are open to meet anyone. Nobody needs stay alone for long. And then you dance and dance. The most popular disco in Ibiza, Pacha, is always overcrowded. Entertainment here is costly, but you soon forget about the entrance fee when you watch the young, beautiful people who want only one thing, to enjoy themselves. There is no closing time here, so the entertainment goes on until your body literally gives up. This doesn't usually happen till early morning. Anyway, who would want to leave sooner when there is so much to see here? Formentera lies right next to Ibiza. Together they are called the Pine Islands. A ferry goes from the south of Ibiza. You shouldn't miss the visit to this diminutive calm island. Here you would search for turmoil in vain. That's why this Balearic island is a place for holidaymakers who want a quiet atmosphere. We land on the small busy port of La Savina. From here you can go for trips by bike or on foot. There are many trails for cycling and trekking that lead you to different places with beautiful landscape views. If you don't want to do so much sport, you can go by moped or simply by bus. In this church, Iglesia de Santa Francesca, inhabitants of Formentera sought not only God's blessing, but also a shelter to protect them from pirates who raided the island. The pedestrian precinct of this town invites you for a walk. The town is the seat of Formentera's administration as well as its cultural centre. The most beautiful aspects of Formentera are surely its marvellous beaches. They are remote with soft sand and crystal pure water. This remote, peaceful atmosphere used to inspire hippies and artists. They compared Formentera's beaches to the far Caribbean. Today you can still let your soul be rocked here gently and forget all about the stress of your everyday life. You ought to get a delicious meal during the siesta, a Spanish noon rest, for example, in the Chironquito bar. We recommend some typically Mediterranean specialities like a freshly caught lobster. The rich and the beautiful meet here to get away from the crowd entertainment on Ibiza. But Ibiza's beaches offer varied entertainment too. Its 56 beaches, longer than 18 kilometres all told, are a paradise for sportsmen and divers as well as lazy bones. If you like sailing or surfing, you should keep informed about the weather conditions every day so you can choose the right beach to go to. It's possible to get to all the beaches without any problem, even though there are only 40 kilometres of roads. The motto of Formentera is, do something for yourself and get rid of the stress of your everyday life. And that's not difficult here in such a beautiful environment. If you have ever wondered whether a tattoo would suit you, but you never dared to get it done, the Ses Salinas beach is the right place for you. Pilar decorates holidaymakers here with tattoos that are only painted. Just a little colour and a lot of effect, but after a week the colour washes out. People come to Ibiza to have a tattoo done because it's something different. It's something they have never done before because they didn't dare to do it at home. And here it's a bit crazy. You don't know exactly what you want, you only know that it should be something new. A tattoo sells because it's eccentric, but in a week, you can be crazy for a week at least, seemingly. That's what the people want. Tattoo and piercing, all is about your image. People look for crazy things on Ibiza. Santa Eulalia, the third biggest town on the island, lies on the eastern side. Many white beauties float lazily here in the blue water of the port. This yacht haven is the biggest on the island, and thanks to its modern equipment, one of the best and the most luxurious ports on the Mediterranean. Tourism isn't as intensive in this part of the island as it is near the capital, Ibiza, even though the beaches are at least as beautiful there. The beaches of Santa Eulalia shelve slowly into the sea, which makes them ideal for families with small children. The next jewel among Ibiza beaches is Caesar's Beach, which is ideal for sports. You can rent a canoe or a pedal boat here, or if you love speed, you can try a speedy wet ride on a water scooter. In any case, it will be refreshing. Ibiza is also famous for its hippie markets. The most popular one is in Escanyar. Unfortunately, it has lost a lot of its original charm. This market in Las Dalias near San Carlos is on the contrary still lovely. Of course, you can find the bright Ibiza t-shirts and cheap sunglasses even here, but they mainly sell original handmade products like necklaces and silver rings. So as you can enjoy a view of the coast from the sea, it's possible to rent a boat, from a cockleshell boat to a yacht with a captain, in almost all of the ports. The type of boat depends solely on your wishes and your wallet. There are also many beautiful hotels with their own beaches in the Santa Eulalia environs. If you prefer a hotel beach with soft sand to a big pool, you will always find a shaded place here to relax. San Carlos, one of the small Ibiza villages, lies in the northeast part of the island. The village became popular in the 70s. For the majority of hippies, who broke with the rest of the society settled here, everybody used to meet in Anita's bar because the only telephone box was there. Today too, you can sit here in sweet idleness. Something else hasn't changed either. The wooden letterboxes covering the whole wall by the bar. Posting home still doesn't exist here. Another interesting village is Santa Gertrudis, lying in the centre of the island. Especially Ibiza's inhabitants like it because here you are far from the busy beaches and crowds. Santa Gertrudis is famous mainly for its Costa bar. The whole island meets here because of the delicious bocadillos completos. Open sandwiches, for example, with tasty ham, yam and serrano, which is dried in the open air. The bar is full of the paintings of local artists. The artists of the flower power era paid with their pictures for bocadillos when they were broke again. Travelling across the island is definitely worth it. Olive tree woods and small villages line the roads. Moreover, you never travel here too long. Sooner or later you will go through Cala Vadea, a nice newly built village on the coast. The plan was not to construct huge hotels, but rather small colourful houses. All the beautiful beaches lie 15 to 40 kilometres apart at most. Between the beaches there are small cliffs and bays, calas. If you like romantic solitude, unrestrained parties, or you're a sportsman, Ibiza is the right place for you. Ibiza is actually a great place for divers too. The Mediterranean Sea is clear and it includes many diverse species. You can book a diving trip and rent diving equipment in all the bigger towns. Then you simply go out to the open sea or to the rocky bays. There are no dangerous sea animals here. Even beginners can slowly gain some experience here. You can plunge not only into the water here on Ibiza, but also into the bowels of the earth, at the stalactite cave Can Marza, near Port de San Miguel. This cave is more than 100,000 years old. It was created as a result of movement of the mineral layers. Before it was made accessible for tourists, smugglers used it for many years as a hiding place for their illegal goods. Today you can still see the markings on the ceiling that enabled them to find their way through the caves. The cave wasn't any higher than 80 centimetres, and it was only possible to crawl through it. Nowadays there are trails cut through this underground stalactite landscape. The cave is artificially irrigated so that the stone is protected from drying out, hence this bizarre picture of small lakes, stalagmites and stalactites. Though the annual average temperature is 23 degrees on Ibiza and there is practically no rain from June to September, you can find a place here that is always green, the golf course Golf d'Ibiza. Locals as well as tourists strike their white balls across the beautifully trimmed greens. If you aren't a member of the club, you can buy a season ticket for a day here. After the game, you can have a cool drink brought to the shaded terrace of the club. Somewhat less luxurious service are available in Paco's Beach Bar. In fact, he hasn't had a license for a few years now, since his bar lacks a sanitary facility. His bar is strictly speaking illegal. But this doesn't bother his guests at all. His cool wine and cheap food easily outweigh this small insufficiency, and Paco likes it the way it is.
Yo filmaré.
I've always wanted something small. I don't want to have a big restaurant at all. If there's a big restaurant here one day, then I'll go to Germany for holidays. Okay? It would be a pity to lose such an original island bar. We can't mention the exact location of Paco's bar here, but when you ask, you will surely find it and agree that it's definitely worth it. Café Del Mar isn't a confidential tip, rather a world-famous cafe. Ibiza DJ samplers with slow as well as quick rhythms are world-famous hits that sell well and that are played in all the clubs, perhaps even backwards. Now the 11th CD has been released, and we won't need to wait for the next ones for very long. Here in Café Del Mar, all the people under 35 meet to enjoy sunsets and chill-out music. And here it holds true as well. The most important thing is to be here and to see and to be seen. Despite its flower power past, Ibiza is mainly one thing today. A beautiful part of the world that is perennially trendy.
Welcome to Explore Do Business Jamaica Virtual Investment Conference, a journey into Jamaica's amazing investment opportunities.
Let's explore groundbreaking insights from industry leaders, extraordinary business opportunities, and innovative industries.
Let's explore the investment projects of the future and remarkable people with a vibrant culture.
Join us now on November 17th to 18th to get your first row view on Jamaica's premier investment and business opportunities. Register now at explore.dobusinessjamaica.com.
We remain resilient in our fight against known and unknown threats to our country.
we are never daunted.
We are committed to continuously deliver effective and efficient service when we save lives and protect property.
And we continue to reassure with courtesy, integrity, and respect for the rights of all.
We are building
forward
together.
The government of Jamaica is almost doubling the allocation to the care element of the Serve Jamaica program with the additional allocation of $5 billion.
You heard the finance minister. Government is putting more resources into helping Jamaicans cope and recover from the economic shock caused by the pandemic. Welcome to Jamaica Magazine. I'm Adrian Atkinson. More on the CARE program and other initiatives to make Jamaica the place of choice to live, work, raise families and do business. Right after the break. Stick around.
Getting the first dose is not an excuse not to wear the mask, not to social distance or physical distance, not to sanitize. Getting the first dose is not justification for deciding that you're going to resume the parties, the gatherings beyond the limits that have been established. The journey is to observe the protocols, take the second dose when it is time, and then we will resume some semblance of normalcy once we achieve herd immunity.
Good day, I'm Lorraine Mendez and this is your JIS News for Tuesday, November 16. Another boost to government's crime-fighting arsenal was put into action on Friday as ground broke for the construction of a forensic pathology suite. The Kingston-based state-of-the-art facility is projected to cost $547 million and completed in January 2023. National Security Minister Dr. Horace Chang says this indicates the level of commitment to equipping the security forces to deal with crime in the 21st century.
And to operationalize this, we're going to spend another $1.3 million to provide Dr. Maud and her team with the kind of equipment inside of that facility to ensure it can function as efficiently as it should.
The autopsy suite will bolster the work of the Institute of Forensic Science and Legal Medicine. It will provide pathologists and other members of the Institute with a kind of facility that will produce good quality forensics to assist crime fighting. Executive Director of the Institute, Dr. Judith Mowat, says its construction constitutes a major investment in forensic services.
This modern forensic facility will assist families who have lost loved ones, help to advance public safety within the country, and contribute to and strengthen the criminal justice system in Jamaica.
Still on crime fighting, on Friday, the Senate passed the Trafficking in Persons Prevention, Suppression and Punishment Amendment Act 2021. It was approved without amendment. Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of National Security, Senator Matthew Samuda, says work has continued under successive administrations to ensure that the country gets on top of this scourge of human trafficking.
The amendments being proposed are timely as they reaffirm Jamaica's commitment to the appraisal of the United Nations Global Plan of Action to Combat Trafficking in Persons and the strategic priorities of the government to criminalize trafficking in persons in all its forms, to disrupt and dismantle criminal networks involved in such crimes, and to forfeit their ill-gotten gains.
The act is being amended to remove the option of fines as a penalty for certain offences that are egregious in nature. It will also increase fines for the offence of threatening and obstructing a constable from $250,000 to $1 million. Additionally, the amended act creates a provision that empowers the minister by order subject to affirmative resolution to make amendments to monetary penalties.
We will make these amendments and continue to strive for the rooting out of trafficking in persons, certainly within Jamaica, and play our part in our region, not just because of international commitments, not just because it is a global scourge, but because of our own history and our own rejection of such crimes.
The Trafficking in Persons Prevention, Suppression and Punishment Act was passed in 2007 and amended in 2013 to increase the penalties. It was again amended in 2018 to enable a judge to try trafficking offences without a jury. The Director of Tourism, Donovan White, is reporting that Jamaica is now leading the world as the top contender for tourist arrivals. According to travel technology company Amadeus, Jamaica now leads the world in searches for destination, air seat capacity recovery, international air passengers, as well as online booking through the global distribution system.
Bookings right now for the months of November, which is the month we just started, and December is already at 95% and 97% respectively in terms of compared to 2019 levels of room nights sold. The first 4 days of November, the current month we're in, we saw somewhere in the region of about 23,000 passengers delivered, visitors that is, averaging about 5,500 per day.
The demand for destination Jamaica now stands at 38%, while world demand is 24%. This is in comparison to 2019 data. The country's air seat capacity flown or scheduled is at 65%, international air passengers at 45%, and travel agents' bookings at 61%. 2019 was Jamaica's last full year of visitor arrivals since the COVID-19 pandemic and was therefore used to compare the estimated data. The Lionel Town Hospital in Clarendon has been gifted with a high-flow nasal cannula machine to treat COVID-19 patients who require oxygen. The life-saving machine, which values $1.4 million, was donated by a non-profit organization striving together, empowering mankind, STEM. Senior officials at the hospital welcomed the donation, saying it will not only help to save lives if there's another COVID-19 surge, but will improve the hospital's quality of care to patients. And finally, more students in Western Kingston have benefited from a donation of 30 tablets and 6 laptops to schools in the area. Member of Parliament for the area, Local Government Minister Desmond McKenzie, who handed over the devices to the students last Friday, said the 6 laptops will be exclusively for high school students.
The tablets that we are giving you today is not a substitute for your learning. It is a tool to help to advance your learning capacity. It is for the purpose of your education. And we have students from schools in West Kingston, schools outside of West Kingston, but all of you are residents. You're born in West Kingston, you live here. And so we have to ensure that we provide for you.
Minister McKenzie says more students throughout the constituency will soon benefit from a further supply of 300 tablets. He says the donation was made possible through the constituency resource funding for the area. And that's it for JIS News Today. I'm Lorraine Mendez. Thanks for watching.
If you've ever wondered what your property taxes are used for, wonder no more. Your property taxes provide revenue for the provision of public and community amenities throughout Jamaica, which are delivered by local government officials. When you pay your property taxes, you aid with the maintenance and expansion of our street lighting to ensure you are not walking in the dark at nights, the collection and disposal of solid waste to prevent the pileup of garbage in communities, the improvement of our community infrastructure, and repairs to fire stations and service vehicles, along with rehabilitation of our roads. Pay your property taxes online, in line or via mobile tax units, and avoid being sought by the government. For more information, visit the Tax Administration website at www.jamaicatax.gov.jm or call 876-902-9463.
National security and other critical issues demanded the Prime Minister's attention and intervention in the past week. And we have the highlights right now.
On this week's edition of Jamaica House Weekly, we share a special report from Prime Minister Andrew Holness as he takes decisive action in dealing with crime and violence on the island. I'm Vaughn Davis. Stay tuned.
States of public emergencies were declared in the police divisions of St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover. These three are termed the tri-parish SOEs. And in the corporate area, the St. Andrew South Police Division, the Kingston West Police Division, the Kingston Central Police Division, and the Kingston East Police Division.
Prime Minister Andrew Holness made that declaration on Sunday, sharing that states of public emergency were in effect for 7 police divisions that cut across 5 parishes.
We have decided to recommend the declaration of SOEs, having regard to the increase in murders compared year on year, both in the communities in which we have declared them and nationally. And these increases we consider to be of an extensive scale, such that they threaten public safety, both in the communities in which the SOEs have been declared and nationally.
Mr. Holness revealed that all police divisions named as part of the state of public emergency have seen increases in violent crimes.
All have murder rates per 100,000 in excess of the regional average, which is 15%. In fact, the murder rate per 100,000 in these divisions range from a low of approximately 47 per 100,000 to 190 per 100,000.
As at November the 12th, 2021, our serious crime data shows that we have an increase in murder. Shootings have remained largely flat, but other crimes are trending downwards. What this means is that we have a violence problem.
Since the start of the year, murders have increased by 10%, with gang violence accounting for 70% of all murders. Another 19% of these crimes are caused by persons' inability to resolve personal differences without violence. As of November 12, there were 1,240 murders, with 392 occurring across the 4 police divisions in Kingston and St. Andrew. Of the 1,100 persons shot and injured since the start of the year, 391 victims were also from the police divisions in Kingston and St. Andrew. Over in the tri-parish divisions of Westmoreland, Hanover, and St. James, 272 Jamaicans were victims of gun violence. The tri-parish police divisions also saw 214 persons being shot and injured since the start of the year.
The imposition of states of public emergency regulations in particular spaces does not remove or detract from any other policing methods that will be used and have been employed recently against these highly violent offenders.
The security situation has proven to be well beyond the sphere of normal routine policing, and the JDF can more effectively assist the JCF if we have the powers we have requested.
The corporate area SOE boundaries encompass Belvedere to Ferry, the foot of Red Hills, Perkins Boulevard and Bolines Road, Hagley Park Road, Bay Farm Road, O'Mara Road and Chisholm Avenue, Slipe Road, South Camp and Deanery Roads, as well as Mountain View Avenue. The boundary continues in the east on the border of St. Andrew and St. Thomas, to the south and west towards the border of St. Catherine and St. Andrew. In western Jamaica, the boundaries extend to the borders of Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth, as well as St. James and Trelawney.
We're all working towards a common goal of ridding Jamaica of crime and recognizing that this can only be achieved through unified and direct effort. Crime affects all Jamaicans, and we can all play our part.
We are confident by staying this course, we will break the back on the scores of crime, of violence in Jamaica. This is a commitment of the government of Jamaica, to the people of Jamaica and the residents in the affected communities. I am not only optimistic, I'm confident if the security forces are given the requisite tools in terms of both their personnel, institutional reform and development, and required legal tools, as we are now doing with the state of public emergency and several other pieces of legislation, we will win this war against criminal violence.
I have a duty to look for the rights of the Jamaican citizen, the innocent Jamaican citizen, who is entitled to their safety and to their life.
Persons wishing to assist the security forces in ridding the island of this violence monster may call 311 or 876-837-8888. And that's it for Jamaica House Weekly. Be sure to join us next time for more of the news stories coming out of the office of the Prime Minister.
Register your alma mater for the Forestry Department's My Tree Legacy promotion and be a part of the preservation of Jamaica land we love. St. Catherine High past student Prime Minister Andrew Holness recently participated in the initiative.
It is not just because it sounds like a very nice thing to do to plant trees. It is a very real strategic response in being a responsible government, a responsible nation, a caring nation about our planet and our atmosphere and our climate and our environment to plant trees.
Let us highlight your contribution to the My Tree Legacy promotion by submitting videos or pictures of you leaving your mark. Every tree counts. Plant a tree today and keep climate change away.
When the pandemic shuttered businesses locally and globally last year, many were left floundering, struggling to keep not just health, but their finances in check. The COVID allocation of resources for employees' care is one of the vehicles government has designed to drive the recovery of business buoyancy and the economic welfare of Jamaicans. Up next, the Finance Minister gives an update on the program.
Greetings, my fellow Jamaicans. The government of Jamaica is almost doubling the allocation to the care element of the Serve Jamaica program with the additional allocation of $5 billion as announced in the first supplementary estimates. There will be several grants. There will be an automatic grant of $10,000 for all path heads of household. This is estimated to reach 130,000 Jamaicans at a cost of $1.3 billion. The CARE NIS grant. This will provide an automatic grant of $10,000 for NIS pensioners who are in receipt of an NIS pension of less than or equal to $10,000 per month. This is estimated to reach approximately 57,000 Jamaicans at a total cost of approximately $570 million. We'll introduce the CARE Social Pension Grant. This will provide an automatic grant of $10,000 for all Jamaicans 75 years and older who have qualified for a social pension. This is estimated to reach approximately 5,000 Jamaicans at a total cost of approximately $50 million. The Ministry of Finance has made allocations for disbursements for the CARE Social Pension Grant to be paid in November and the CARE Path Grant and CARE NIS grants to be paid in December. The Ministry of Labour and Social Security will disburse these grants. We'll introduce another CARE Set Cash grant. This will provide an automatic grant of $18,000 for all persons who qualified for the June 2021 Set Cash grant and who have still not re-entered the workforce as evidenced by Tax Administration Jamaica records as at September 30th, 2021. Based on the last Set Cash payout, we are making allowances for 30,000 such persons at a total cost of approximately $540 million. We'll be introducing the CARE Workers Grant. The government of Jamaica understands that working people on lower incomes are also impacted by this environment. For this reason, we'll be introducing for a first time the CARE Workers Grant of $10,000. All working people in the PAYE system who have a gross weekly salary of $15,000 per week or less, or an annual salary of $780,000 per year or less, and all self-employed persons with statutory income equivalent to $780,000 per year or less, as at the last annual filing, will be eligible. This information will have to be verified by Tax Administration Jamaica as a confirmation of eligibility. There will need to be an application for this grant, as we do not have addresses or bank account information for this group of persons. Applications will therefore open at wecare.gov.jm at the beginning of December. Detailed instructions will be available on the website. In aggregate, the government of Jamaica expects up to 352,000 Jamaicans to benefit at a total cost of approximately $3.8 billion. Many vulnerable persons are not in any of the formal databases of PATH, of the National Insurance Scheme, of Tax Administration Jamaica, or the new social pension. They are in the informal economy. The government of Jamaica intends that they too will be included. As such, the central government will partner with other institutions to deliver $1 billion in care food packages over the 4-month period, December 2021 to March 2022. We expect over 200,000 care food packages to be delivered over this time period. My fellow Jamaicans, the COVID-19 pandemic has delivered an unprecedented shock all across the world. The government of Jamaica is taking tangible steps to provide additional support to vulnerable Jamaicans at this time as we all work to recover stronger.
For Jamaica's economy to rebound from the pandemic, new ideas have to be employed, while old ones are refined in almost every sector. Tourism is no exception. As we bask in recent projections for the island to welcome 1.5 million visitors and earn an estimated $1.9 billion by year end, let's examine one of the strategies that have gotten us to this point.
Unprecedented times call for unprecedented moves. With a $1.5 billion loss to the tourism industry, government has adopted an age-old business strategy to engineer a rebound of Jamaica's #1 foreign exchange earner.
The strategic framework for resetting Jamaica's tourism will be guided by the Blue Ocean Strategy, which will allow us to meet our growth targets of 5 million visitors, earning $5 billion, and to provide 5,000 new rooms by 2025.
Economists have for years touted the benefits of the Blue Ocean Strategy. This business model is about creating and capturing new demand in non-existent areas. It is establishing new markets to the point of changing the desires of consumer demand. This act can differentiate a player in an industry and eliminate the competition. This is the current strategy of Jamaica's Ministry of Tourism to reclaim and exceed what it has lost during the pandemic.
A Blue Ocean Strategy calls for the creation of business models that depart from the traditional models based on head-to-head competition and gaining market share. Instead, it will see our ministry pursuing enhanced value creation through production differentiation and diversification.
The Tourism Ministry is known for developing innovative responses to crises, which often garner global recognition. The Tourism COVID-19 Resilient Corridor Program, established in the height of the pandemic and allowed for controlled movement within tourism-dependent locations, received commendations from the UNWTO. The moniker Gen Z Traveler, coined by the ministry to describe vacationers whose experiences and expectations have been shaped by the health and safety risks of the pandemic, is being used by international stakeholders. The Tourism Ministry expects that its Blue Ocean strategy will receive similar accolades and reap tremendous rewards for the island.
It will require a shift in the mindset as we seek to uncover hidden opportunities in the tourism industry amid the COVID-era economic crisis.
The implementation of the Tourism Blue Ocean strategy consists of a 6-step plan: expanding markets and go-to-market channels, developing new tourism products, expanding tourism community focus, maximizing linkages across all local industries, promoting resilience and sustainability, and providing destination assurance.
This new strategy, the Blue Ocean strategy we're talking about, is focusing now on how to build the capacity of the Jamaica economy to supply the goods and services that the industry needs, and in so doing, reduce the outflow of dollars into other destinations.
Only 40 cents of every tourism dollar is retained in the country, while just 20% of tourism agricultural demand is supplied locally.
The study that we have done so far indicate that agriculture, just for fresh fruits and vegetables alone, has a demand of 67 billion Jamaican dollars. And on the manufacturing side, there is a demand already established for $360 billion.
To plug the gap, the Blue Ocean strategy will focus on expanding the work of the Tourism Linkages Network. Committees and working groups have been formed to work closely with resorts and hoteliers.
In this new Blue Ocean strategy, we are going to change the production and consumption patterns of tourism in favor of a heavier level of retention of the US dollar in the Jamaican space, and in the process create more jobs. This resetting of the industry is to broaden its scope and activities to enable a wider breadth of employment opportunities, and also to expand the variety of skill sets that are attendant on tourism activities. It is to make the world and Jamaica understands better how a real tourism economy can in fact be structured, and why is it that tourism remains the most critical restoration action that any economy can embrace.
This is where the show wraps today. It has been a pleasure sharing your company. For more on what's happening in our little corner of the world, come back tomorrow. Another Jamaica magazine will be published, same time on this station. Of course, all our programs are uploaded to the JIS YouTube channel and our website, jis.gov.jm. Visit us there and on all the major social media platforms. Until next time, I'm Adrian Atkinson on behalf of the entire production team saying thank you so much for your company and do take care.
This has been a production of the Jamaica Information Service, the voice of Jamaica.
For little people, it's a really big world. A big world to discover and explore. And because discoveries aren't always easy to understand, little people need help to make sense of the big world. So help them make sense of the world. When you CPG, do PG. The Broadcasting Commission, your partner for a new day.
Small businesses like mine continue to serve the needs of people.
We all play a part in keeping the wheels of our economy turning, and we do so responsibly.
We are building forward
together.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Our children have been out of school for a year and a half. The impact on their education is significant and it will be long-lasting. As a responsible government, we cannot place the education of your children, our children, at risk. There is a ray of hope, and that hope comes in the form of the vaccine.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
It's Tuesday, November 16. This is the news on PBCJ. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. On Monday, the Falmouth port in Trelawney welcomed its first cruise ship in almost 2 years. The Emerald Princess arrived in the Falmouth port with 1,700 passengers and 1,719 crew members on board. Tourism Minister Edmund Bartlett says the arrival of this vessel brings another phase of the resumption of cruise tourism. He notes that the arrival of the Emerald Princess cruise ship is not a full recovery and says stakeholders must not take their eye off the critical protocols that are essential to have a sustainable recovery program. The Port Authority of Jamaica's President and Chief Executive Officer, Professor Gordon Shirley, in a statement, said that the entity welcomes the interest in Destination Jamaica. He says that this is evidenced, quote, by the inclusion of our cruise ports on itineraries of the major cruise lines despite the new COVID-19 cruise operation protocols, and as seen with our recent prizes from the World Travel Awards and the United Kingdom Wave Awards, end quote. The Falmouth facility, which is Jamaica's first artisan village, is an immersive attraction created by the Port Authority of Jamaica with funds from the Tourism Enhancement Fund at the Old Hamden Wharf building in the town. Celebrity Equinox, Ada Diva, and Crystal Serenity are expected to return to Falmouth later this month. Disney Cruise Line's flagship vessel, Disney Fantasy, is scheduled to visit in December. The government, through the Ministry of National Security, is working to establish another shelter for victims of human trafficking. Manager of the Trafficking in Persons Secretariat in the ministry, Shanae Russell Robinson, says the establishment of the second shelter, legislative changes, among other things, will place the country on a better path of improving its ranking as it relates to human trafficking. The news follows Parliament's passage of the Trafficking in Persons Prevention, Suppression and Punishment Amendment Act 2021. Legislation was first passed in 2007 and amended in 2013 to increase penalties under the act. It was amended again in 2018 to enable a judge to try trafficking offences without a jury. Speaking on the changes in Parliament, Minister of National Security Dr. Horace Chang described the crime of trafficking in persons as heinous and explained the reasoning behind the recent amendments.
While it is not yet a major activity in Jamaica, we are in a position where it could become another major risk to the state, and in providing the kind of funding to the criminal underworld we don't wish to have. The law really is designed to change the punishment, essentially, for those who are involved, to ensure that it provides a certain deterrence. Because that's what law enforcement is due to do. We are hoping that by presenting a legal framework in which the punishment is such that it deters the average from getting involved. We are accepting the recommendation that this should also apply to directors of companies who may have connived in allowing such activity to take place in the corporate body for which they represent.
Manager of the Trafficking in Persons Secretariat in the ministry says since 2010, a total of 110 victims have been rescued. Trafficking in persons can be defined as the receipt, harboring, transportation of a person through various means of threat, use of force, fraud, or other deceptive means, or even abduction for the exploitation of that person. What of the rights of the victims? That's the question posed by Prime Minister Andrew Holness when addressing concerns about reimposing states of emergency, SOEs, while matters related to the emergency measure are still before the court. Speaking Sunday as he announced the imposition of SOEs in 7 police divisions, the Prime Minister argued that this did not prevent the government from imposing SOEs. The Prime Minister says the murder rate is unacceptable, noting that 1,240 people were killed up to November 11. He says his administration had to take action.
What do I say to the family of that young man whose head was taken and kicked around? What does the opposition say to them? Do we not all have a responsibility to save lives? And should we allow more people to die while we satisfy ourselves about an academic issue? Because it is purely academic. Every society must have powers to deal with exceptional circumstances and emergencies.
Prime Minister Andrew Holness says he will not be deterred by debates on the legality of declaring states of emergency.
Until there is a definitive ruling on the matter, the tool remains available, legitimately so, because there are emergencies for which the government must respond.
He says the arguments about the ineffectiveness of the police force and lack of resources must be balanced with reality.
All the arguments that you're hearing about the ineffectiveness of the police and the lack of resources, those arguments need to be balanced out by the reality that with a limited budget, this police force, your police force, has brought several of the most dangerous gangs that were formerly protected when we could have taken action to undermine them, erode them, displace them. They were protected. But this police force, even without the exceptional powers of an SOE, invested significant time and resources to build cases. I don't think the public understands that an entire police division has to be built and then put to investigate for months, years. Then we have to put up witnesses and protect them. The cost of doing that.
He explains that while his administration is working with the security forces and investing in standard policing, crime continues to be a problem, forcing the government to enact emergency procedures. The Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, is working to establish one electric vehicle charging station within a 30-mile radius across the island. JPS recently signed an agreement with GB Energy Texaco for the first installation of electric vehicle chargers at select service stations. The first charging station will be at Texaco's New Kingston location on Trafalgar Road by the end of next month. The company has already constructed 5 electric charging stations, 3 of which are operational. As of Monday, Jamaica had recorded a total of 90,311 COVID cases since the virus was first detected in Jamaica on March 10, 2020. Here's a look at the Health Ministry's latest clinical summary. In the COVID-19 summary for Monday, November 15, 30 new cases and 9 deaths were reported. The island's death toll now stands at 2,331.
there are 1,025 active cases. In the parish breakdown, Kingston and St. Andrew and St. Catherine registered 10 new positives respectively, followed by Portland, St. James and Trelawney, as well as Westmoreland, recording 2 new cases respectively. To date, there has been a total number of 61,024 recoveries from COVID-19, with 177 reported over the past 24 hours. At this time, there are 204 persons hospitalized, with 47 patients showing moderate symptoms and 14 said to be critical.
Planting trees is an excellent idea. They offer environmental benefits, helps prevent soil erosion, is home to various wildlife, offer shade, beauty, and are sources of income. As Jamaica seeks to increase the economic well-being of its citizens, the government launched a national tree planting initiative. As the government works to strengthen food security, planting fruit trees is also a great initiative. Since then, a number of organizations and individuals have joined the government in its tree planting initiative. One of the organizations is Food for the Poor, the largest charity group in Jamaica. Marlon Samuels has more on how the organization is sowing the seeds of self-help and food security.
Those who plant fruit trees have the privilege of accessing, with the stretch of a hand, a constant supply of fresh, healthy, tasty fruits. Eating fruits reduces hunger. It provides you with essential nutrients needed to stay healthy. It's also a cost-effective way to hold on to limited funds. If you grow what you eat, you can use available funds for other needs. You can also sell the excess to earn additional income. There is increasing demand for Jamaican traditional fruits including sweetsop, star apple, naseberry, jackfruit, breadfruit, and ackee. There is also growing demand locally and overseas for juices made from tamarind, June plum, mango, soursop, and other exotic fruits to be found on the island. Food for the Poor has committed to planting 1 million fruit and timber trees in support of the government's National Tree Planting Initiative. The program is dubbed Fruits for the Poor. 22 varieties of fruit trees germinated by the organization in its fruit tree nursery are being distributed to schools, homeowners, and farmers. The fruit trees being distributed by Food for the Poor include guava and apple. A mission of Food for the Poor is to help reduce poverty through agriculture and fishing. They not only distribute seedlings, they are providing farmers with tools, technical skills, and funding for equipment. Fishermen have been equipped with boats and engines, among other things. For the news on PBCJ, I am Marlon Samuels.
Time now for an updated look at some of the local and international financial markets in this quick business report with Gabriel Thompson.
In foreign exchange trading for Monday, November 15, the US dollar sold for an average $156.29. The Canadian dollar ended trading at $126.09. The pound sterling traded for $210.87, and the euro sold for an average $181.98. In Monday's trading session, the JSE Combined Index declined by 695 points to close at under 400,000 units. Overall market activity resulted from trading in 102 stocks, of which 35 advanced, 55 declined, and 12 traded firm. The Junior Market Index advanced by 34 points to close at over 3,000 units. Stocks advanced for AMD Packaging and Paper Company Limited, Barita Investments Limited, and Caribbean Cement Company Limited. Stocks declined for 138 Student Living Jamaica Variable Preference, 1834 Investments Limited, and Blue Power Group Limited. Trading firm were Access Financial Services Limited, CAC 2000 9.5% preference shares, and Epley Limited. Wigton Wind Farm Limited ordinary shares was the volume leader with over 6.8 million units, followed by Future Energy Source Company Limited ordinary shares with over 3 million units, and JMMB Group Limited with over 2 million units. In market data for oil, the commodity rebounded from a weak start on Tuesday as worries over tight inventories underpinned prices, although optimism was limited by fears over demand following a pickup in COVID-19 cases in Europe. Brent crude futures added 61 cents or 0.74% to $82.66 a barrel. West Texas Intermediate crude futures climbed 54 cents or 0.67 points to $81.42 a barrel. Trade sources said Russian crude grades sold in Asia fetched the highest spot premiums in 22 months for cargoes loading in January, extending gains for a fourth straight month as robust demand and firm refining margins support prices. Still, worries about demand destruction due to the COVID-19 pandemic weighed. And with that, we close this Tuesday edition of the Business Report Inside the News on PBCJ. I'm Gabrielle Thompson. Pleasant viewing.
In regional news, at least 1 in 3 kidney or dialysis patients in Trinidad and Tobago are likely to die from COVID-19. One healthcare professional said the death rate of a dialysis patient contracting COVID-19 within a 28-day period is upwards of 25%. Kimberly D'Souza tells us more.
259 dialysis patients have been accommodated at several health facilities to be treated for the COVID-19 virus between May and October of this year. Clinical coordinator at the Northwest Regional Health Authority's COVID-19 Parallel Healthcare System, Dr. Emil Mohammed, said this number is spread across 3 health facilities which treat dialysis patients. But Dr. Mohammed revealed that some of these patients have succumbed to the virus.
Of these 259 patients, 30.5% have died from COVID. So for a kidney or dialysis patient, the chances of dying of COVID is almost 1 in 3.
Dr. Mohammed said the 259 persons do not include the emergency dialysis patients who need care in the intensive care or high dependency units. But he did notice a worrisome trend.
And there's something else that's very concerning from the data, and that's the sheer number and volume of dialysis patients who have had COVID in the last 6 months. Because the vast majority of those 259 patients were regular dialysis patients, and actually represents 14% of our total dialysis population.
Dr. Mohammed said some of the people were typical dialysis patients.
So 208 of the 259 were regular dialysis patients. The others were just about to need dialysis, but they were all considered stage 5 or advanced chronic kidney disease.
Dr. Mohammed encouraged dialysis patients to take the COVID-19 vaccine, adding that persons already vaccinated should take the 3rd shot to improve their antibody levels. Kimberly D'Souza, TTT News.
Don't click, don't share. That's the advice given to Grenadians who have been receiving WhatsApp and other social media messages that highlight giveaway promotions from various local and international companies. This comes as the official logo of the Republic Bank of Grenada Limited is being used to attract locals to a recent scam.
One of the most recent scams locally involved the logo of Republic Bank Grenada Limited, where scammers used the bank's official logo to promote a €2,000 reward if persons only click on the link and share it with friends on social media platforms. The bank on its website and social media pages has since informed the general public that the promotion was in no way connected to the company. IT specialist and online advocate Javis Dabrio, who identified the scam, explained that simply clicking can be used to penetrate the security system of devices to steal identities and even create financial havoc for victims.
I think what is important is understanding that once you click on a phishing link, you've unleashed a world of problems on yourself. Understand that something like a keylogger, getting onto your computer, is something to actually lose a bit of sleep over, because a keylogger is going to record everything that you type in, whether it's your password, your PIN, information for your bank, your online banking, the messages you send. It doesn't matter. It captures that and it sends it back to whoever is on the other end, naturally a bad actor.
According to W, as the Christmas holiday comes closer, more of these scams will surface, and as such, is warning Grenadians to not be so easily attracted to free offers. The IT specialist had this advice for persons who already compromised their devices by clicking the link.
What do you do if you did click on the link, you did interact with it? You need to scan your device. If you're running an Android device, Google have that protection that is built within the Play Store. So you go open the Play Store app. In there, you go to the settings menu, and you're going to see the Play Protect option in there. You could run a scan. Some people may want something a little bit more robust than that, something that they're a little bit more familiar with. And then you monitor the device for any abnormal behavior over the next few days. Overheating, your battery is draining faster than it should, pop-ups that you didn't have before. Look for apps that you did not install that may be there now.
Scammers in recent times have been using local companies and institutions' logos to make their tricks more believable to the local population in targeted countries. The advocate is calling on companies to put proactive measures in place to address these issues, as it can affect them negatively.
Companies now need to be a little bit more aware of what is happening in the virtual space. They need to maybe have one or two persons just there monitoring, or maybe outsource it to some other entity. So once these things start making the wrongs, you're able to say, hey, this is not from us. Because let's assume there's a Coates one, or a Hubbard's or Huggins one, and they say you win free food for a year. We know they have this official thing running all over the media. But imagine if the scammers was to piggyback on that and get that to make the wrongs. Imagine the number of people that they're going to catch.
People are reminded to be on guard when it comes to scamming strategies that are being used, and once noticed, persons should avoid and report these activities. For GBN News, I am Rena Pear-Thomas reporting.
In Barbados, lawyers for the Fair Trading Commission are focusing on an interim rate relief for the Barbados Light and Power Company Limited as the commissioner awaits submissions from interveners. Emmanuel Joseph reports.
The Commission chair said that apart from analyzing the interim rate relief issue while waiting on submissions from the interveners, the regulator was also looking at a request from the electric company for confidentiality. The FTC chief said while the interveners had been given a deadline of December 15th to send in their objections, she did not expect them to be ready until close to the date.
You would have realized that last week we sent out the notification that we have received the application, giving the interveners until I believe the 15th of December to indicate whether they want to intervene or not. I do not anticipate that we will get anything until close to date, because there are a number of things that they have to do to get that point. They have to provide affidavits and the like. So I do not think there are any to date, but we would have advise them that they can go to the website to see the redacted version of the application that is up. It is a lot of information to go through. So I would expect that they would go through that at least partially before seeking intervener status, so that they understand what they're being required to assess.
The electric company is requesting a hike of 8.79%, which it projects will result in an overall revenue requirement of $440.2 million, an increase of $46.4 million. The company said in its application that a continued decline in earnings would negatively impact its ability to satisfy the concerns of lenders whom BLMP would have to approach for new loans required for expansion and to execute its capital investment plan. Emmanuel Joseph for Barbados Today.
In sports, Jamaica's Reggae Boys will square off with United States today, November 16, in a CONCACAF World Cup qualifier at the National Stadium. Jamaica's coach, Theodore Whitmore, told journalists on Monday that the key to winning the game is how well the boys will execute and manage the game. This evening's match is to be played 24 years to the day the Reggae Boys drew 0-0 with Mexico in Kingston to seal qualification to the France 98 World Cup Finals. And in other sporting news, several players stood out as the West Indies women completed a clean sweep of Pakistan women in Karachi. However, 2 players in particular made their presence known above the rest. Sachin Ramshamhag tells us more.
Hayley Matthews and captain Stephanie Taylor excelled in batting-friendly conditions at the recently concluded ODI series in Karachi. Matthews copped the Player of the Series award with 7 wickets and a total of 132 runs.
I'm just really happy that I was able to come down here and execute well. The wicket was really good down here constantly, so it was really good that I could both bat and bowl well on it. And yeah, happy that I got in some performances, but even more happy for a team win.
The Bajan all-rounder also noted the importance of assessing the conditions before match time to increase the win rate percentage.
What was really important for us was assessing the conditions down here. I think I was able to understand that really well. And just do what I needed to do. I think for me, I was probably a bit disappointed that I probably didn't get a couple more runs with the bat. But at the same time, really, really grateful that I was able to have a huge all-round performance and, like I said, most important thing, contribute to team wins.
Meanwhile, Captain Taylor says picking up victories was integral to get up to standard before the World Cup qualifies in Zimbabwe in less than 2 weeks.
I think this is huge, and seeing that we were coming off of a defeat from South Africa, and to actually come here and win 3-0. I think we haven't done that in a while, and it's really nice that we, get to do that and, get ourselves match ready going into the qualifiers.
The jovial skipper was also unaware that she had accomplished 5,000 ODI runs and is now positioned at number 3 in the all-time ODI run standings.
I never checked my stats, so that was probably far from my mind. But yeah, it's really nice to, to reach such a milestone, and I hope I continue to do that for West Indies.
And that's the news on PBCJ. Thank you so much for watching.
The good news is you can protect yourself and your family against the coronavirus called COVID-19. Avoid frequently touched surfaces in public places, like door handles, handrails, elevator buttons, and counters. Use a piece of tissue to cover your hand or fingers if you must touch such a surface. Open doors using a piece of tissue and use tissue when pressing the buttons of an elevator. Protect yourself and your parents from the coronavirus or COVID-19.
Take your safety seriously. Always wear your seatbelt. A message from the Road Safety Unit in the Ministry of Transport and Mining.
Never drive under the influence. It's essential to avoid operating a vehicle if you have been drinking. Refrain from taking certain types of prescription or substances that may otherwise make you impaired. This is a road safety tip by the Public Broadcasting Corporation of Jamaica.
In this episode of The Digital Jampreneur, I'm going to show you creative ways to earn online. Hi, everybody. I'm Alicia Little, and for the past 21 years, I've been working for myself, and I'm going to teach you how to do the same in this quick video. In this quick video, I'm going to teach you 5 things that you can do to get started working online as your own, B-O-S-S, as your own boss. All you need is an active internet connection and a device to work on. If you're watching this video right now, then you got all that you need, in addition to the knowledge that I'm going to drop on you right now. The thing I love most about working for myself is that I can work from anywhere that I want. I'm in an Airbnb right now in the North Georgia mountains, and so I can work anywhere I want as long as I have my laptop and an internet connection. Now, the number one way that I will say is one of the fastest and easiest ways to get up and going is freelancing. Freelancing is all about using the skills that you currently have to offer a service online. I'm going to give you some really good examples. I have a million examples, but let me just give you a few really good ones. So if you can write, one of the things that you could do is to write articles online. So offer a service that says, I will write a 500-word article for you. If you love design and colors and graphics, you can use a free tool called Canva, and you can design graphics for your clients. So you could put up an offer that says, I will design Instagram posts for the month for you. All right, here's another really good one. You can get paid to read children's books. My student Evelyn did this. So she loved to read children's books. So she offered children's book authors a service. And the service was, I will read the children's book that you wrote, and I will give you my honest opinion and feedback before you put it out there. And that was a service that she provided lots of customers, and she loved doing it. So the next thing is, I have a lot of students who said that they're really good at listening. I know, right? But they're really good at listening to people. So they'll put up things that'll say, I will listen to you talk about your problems, your family, your job, and your coworkers with a specific time frame, like for 30 minutes, and they will charge for that. Now, they don't say that they're a life coach or a therapist or anything. They just say, if you need a friend to listen to you, I will be that friend for you. And there's so many other things you could do. You could take your skills. One of my amazing students, Carrie Ann, is a bookkeeper. So she started a bookkeeping business and has clients that she's gotten online, and they pay her monthly for her services. I've hired lawyers online and all sorts of people online. So take the skills that you currently have and offer them as a service online. Now, here's a quick tip. If you don't know what skill you would want to offer online, or you're like, I don't really have a lot of skills, which I know that you do, you could learn a new skill and offer that as a service. Let me give you an example. Writing press releases is always in high demand. But how would you know how to write a press release? So let's say you said, okay, I'm going to write press releases as a service. The first thing that you need to do is go to a secret website. And this secret website is called YouTube. Did you hear that? YouTube. Go to YouTube and type in how to write a press release. You're going to find step-by-step videos that will teach you how to write a press release. And then you go to this other website called Google. That's right, Google. And you go to Google and you type in press release template. And now you can see all these press release templates. Click on Google Images when you type in press release, and you can see sample press releases. And you could have your press release writing service up and running by the end of the day today. All it takes is you being creative and saying, I can do this. I got this. I am going to start a service online and make money as a freelancer. Okay, so that was number one, being a freelancer. Now let's talk about the best website for freelancing. My favorite website is Fiverr, Fiverr.com. I find that on Fiverr, it is absolutely amazing to set up your business quickly and without jumping through a lot of hurdles. So on Fiverr, people come there looking for services ready to buy. So make sure that you get on Fiverr, you create a profile that stands out, and set up your services on that platform. And then another website is Upwork.com, Guru, Freelancer. And a little secret tip is, once you know what services you're going to offer, talk about it on social media. I've had so many students just talk about their services on social media. They don't even have the opportunity to list it on other sites because now they've got clients coming in. Even I've had students who have less than 100 friends on Facebook, posted it, but those friends shared it with other people. Ask someone to share, and they will share to try to help you start and launch your business. Okay, number one, freelancing. You're going to look at sites like Fiverr, Upwork, Guru, Freelancer, and posting on your own social media to get it up and popping. Number two is freelance flipping. Now, with freelance flipping, orders come in, right? You've got the order, the client pays you, and you outsource it to someone else to get the work done. In most cases, you would pay the person that you outsource to 10 to 20%. And let me give you a great example. So my sister designs websites, but she doesn't do any of the website design, development, website redesign herself. She pays someone else to do it. So on average, a client will pay her $2,000 to do a website. She'll pay someone else $200 to get it done, and then she pockets the profits. So this is what freelance flipping is in a nutshell. We do this in every niche possible in the industry. So it could be graphic design, transcription, doing phone calls for clients, bookkeeping, right? I know that my bookkeeper outsources it. He has a bookkeeper that he outsources to and then oversees everything. So an order comes in, you outsource it to someone else, they complete the work, send it to you, and you send it off to the client and you pocket the profits. That is freelance flipping. And it usually comes after being a freelancer for a little bit and really knowing that you've got, that freelancing understanding so that you can now start flipping work to other people. Number three, I absolutely love. It's affiliate marketing. What is affiliate marketing? It's selling other people's stuff and getting paid for it. So a quick example, one of my favorite software tools to use is Grammarly. And if you want to use Grammarly absolutely free, you don't have to enter in a credit card. See, Grammarly is the best spell check, grammar, punctuation tool that you can find on the planet. So what you would do is you would go to alicialittle.com/Grammarly, alicialittle.com/Grammarly. You would then go there. You would sign up for Grammarly, just the free version. And Grammarly pays me 20 cents just for you signing up. Now, their program is so amazing that it's very likely that you're going to upgrade and pay a fee to upgrade to their premium service. When you upgrade to their premium service, I get $20. But all I have to do is encourage you to sign up for the free version. I let Grammarly encourage you to upgrade, and they pay me later when you upgrade. So you can earn money by people just registering for the tool and then for people upgrading to a premium account. So this is an example of an affiliate program, and there's so many affiliate programs out there. I don't know, I might be 30, 40 affiliate programs deep with how many I promote. Key is, though, only promote programs, tools, software, services that you use and that you love. Have standards when you're promoting things. Okay. So how are you going to understand, how do you promote it and what are you going to do it? Well, one of the things that I recommend is that you create a YouTube video recommending that tool. So a lot of my commissions in Grammarly, over $1,000 in commissions, have come from just a YouTube video where I teach people how to use a tool to get their grammar checked. And so with this, you can create YouTube videos, blog posts, different training, post on social media to promote it. But let me give you a quick tip for YouTube. You ready for this tip? Okay. So when you go to YouTube, you are going to open an incognito window. If you're not sure what that is, Google it. But basically, it means a window that doesn't take into account your previous search so that it's giving you results based on your previous searching and things that you've done on the internet. So you open up an incognito window and then you start to type in how to and the thing that you want to teach. So, for example, how to proofread. And then you're going to get all these suggestions underneath it on the things that people are searching for, the words that they're using and what they're searching for. So an example would be they're looking at how to proofread a Word document, how to proofread your own writing, how to proofread an essay, how to proofread professionally. So now you can make YouTube videos with those exact titles because you know that people are searching for that content when they're typing in how to proofread, right? And you're using Grammarly as the tool because Grammarly helps you to proofread. So let's say that I choose to do a YouTube video called how to proofread a Word document. So I would do this YouTube video. Okay, this is Alicia Little. And in this video, I'm going to show you a really cool tool that's going to help you to proofread a Word document like that. Okay, the first thing that you need to do is go to alicialittle.com/Grammarly. The link is also going to be in the description below. This will take you to where you can get the tool absolutely free. You don't have to enter in a credit card and you can use it. Okay, so now let's go to the tool. And then I would go to the tool and show them how to use it. And at the end, I would say, you need this tool, go get it. And if you want to take it to the next level, you're a professional writer, I recommend that you look at upgrading. So do you see how I did that? So I'm just telling them, I'm answering that question, how to proofread a Word document in my video, and I'm promoting this affiliate program called Grammarly. Do you guys get it? Now, where can you find great programs to promote? Well, Grammarly, just as an example, is in Share a Sale, shareasale.com, and Commission Junction, cj.com. So you would sign up on those sites as an affiliate, and then you would apply to the Grammarly program. They would accept you, and then now you promote it using your own special link. I make so much money with affiliate marketing. I have one program that I promote that pays the mortgage, just one. Imagine if you could just take different affiliate programs, promote them. They pay one pays your mortgage, one pays your car note, right? So really consider getting into an affiliate, being an affiliate and getting into affiliate marketing. So Commission Junction, cj.com, Share a Sale, shareasale.com, clickbank.com. It's a great place to find courses to promote. We also have courses in ClickBank that we sell, others promote. They get commission when they promote it, clickbank.com. And you can go to the bottom of any website, scroll to the bottom of any website and look for the word affiliate program or referral program, and they'll show you how you can be an affiliate of that program, how to sign up, what commissions that they pay. I love it. Listen, if you're already using tools, software, doing things, right, look to see if it has an affiliate program and then teach others how to use it, give an enormous amount of value, and then say, hey, if you're interested in the tool, sign up with my link. I like to be transparent and let people know as often as I can that by signing up through my link, I might benefit from it in some way. But if you enjoyed this video, give me a pat on the back and sign up through my link. It helps me out. People want to help you out. They have nothing to lose if they sign up with your link. Sometimes they can even get, a bonus or something for signing up through your link. Okay, so let's move on to number 4. Number 4 is to sell a digital product. That product can be a course, a training, a membership, a masterclass. So I sell a lot of digital products in all sorts of different niches. And really, when you master something, then create a course around it. And it can be mastering something really small. So for example, I help a lot of local businesses. I have a lot of local businesses as clients. So one of the things that I mastered was helping them to drive more traffic into their store by encouraging their customers to do Facebook check-ins. So I created a whole course around Facebook check-ins. That's it. Not about Facebook marketing, not about Facebook ads, not about Facebook from A to Z, just how to do Facebook check-ins, right? And that course alone made over $100,000 in the first 7 days that it was launched onto the marketplace. So selling digital products, great way to make money. Okay. So think about what you can teach other people. You don't have to be an expert. You don't need a certificate to be certified in it. You don't need a degree. Just share your experiences about something that you know and know how to do that other people want to learn about. Let me give you some examples. So You could do a course if you're a house flipper. It would be something like how I made $15,000 profit flipping my first house without actually purchasing the house. The next one could be, this is one of my students, Mark, has this testimony, but now he's lost 30 pounds. And so he could do a course on it. How I lost 30 pounds in 2 months without exercise and making sure that I did these 2 things every day. That's really good copywriting when you're like, make sure I did these 2 things every day, because everybody wants to know, what are the 2 things that you did? And then another one, how I took my credit score from 500 to 820 in only 3 months, right? For someone whose credit score is 500, 600, right? Probably under 700. They're going to look at that and say, in under 3 months, I want to know how to do that too. So these are all something that could have happened to you, or they're your situation. These are actually my student situations. And then you turn it into a course and you sell it. And there's a whole lot of places that you can sell your courses. So that's a whole nother video. Maybe I'll do a video for you on that, but you just create these courses and you sell it. You can sell it on sites like Udemy, create your own course, like get a platform to put your course on and sell it on social media, run ads for it, have other people sell it as an affiliate and you pay them commission when they sell it, upload your course to ClickBank to sell it on there. So many things. Now, number 5 is selling a physical product. So if you are crafty, you make things. I am not crafty, but if you are, you can sell your things on Amazon Handmade, on Etsy, and on eBay. And there's other places, but I would say that Etsy is probably the biggest, and it's been around the longest when it comes to selling things that you make, so handmade items. And then Amazon Handmade, eBay are good for it as well. So sell it. If you make it, sell it. Now, let me answer the question. Well, what if I need to make $500 or $1,000 in the next 7 days? What should I do? And that question is easy to answer. The first thing is find things around your home that you can sell. What do you have around your house that you can sell? All right, get everything together, dump it all in the living room. And now there's different places that I want you to list this stuff on. So for the clothes, the shoes, and the handbags, list them on Poshmark. This is where I list them. I just showed you a weekly balance there from Poshmark. That's actually my balance that I'm looking at on the screen. So you can list different things that you want to sell on Poshmark. You can, I also have a friend, Vanessa, who what her mom does is her mom actually goes out and gets things that are at a very cheap price. So a lot of times she goes to the thrift store, buys brand name things at a really cheap price, and then she lists them on Poshmark and makes great money. We celebrated when she made $900 in a week as an example. So there's all sorts of opportunities out there. It's like, there's so many opportunities. What should you do? Okay, the next thing is you're going to list your furniture and miscellaneous items on Facebook Marketplace or OfferUp. I love Facebook Marketplace. If I list anything on Marketplace, I don't even have time to list it anywhere else because it is gone. So on Facebook Marketplace, you can list anything that you have around your house, big or small, and it will sell, and it usually sells quickly. Recently, I've sold a car on Marketplace. I sold an RV on Marketplace. I just posted a house on Marketplace, and then all sorts of things. One of my clients had in his physical location, a local business, he had just this not so pretty big old thing in it, that a display cabinet, and he wanted it gone. So he was going to take it. It was going to take a lot of effort, get a truck. I'm like, no, just list it on Facebook Marketplace for free and tell somebody to come pick it up and bring help to pick it up, and it's gone. And it was gone within minutes. And there were so many other people that wanted to grab it. But the first person got it and they were gone with it. So think about listing on Facebook Marketplace. I love it. It's a really good place to list your stuff on, and it will sell. My assistant, Raina, she sold a dryer that she no longer needed on Facebook Marketplace for $250. It sold in a few days. And instead of throwing it away or keeping it in storage, I never recommend that you keep a big storage bill, right? Instead of doing that, She sold it on Marketplace, made a quick $250. Now, the other things that you have and that you're selling, you can, as you're listing them on Poshmark and on Marketplace and OfferUp, you can also list it on eBay. Now, if you list items in multiple places, just remember when it sells in one place, remove it from the other places so you don't sell the one item multiple times. Very important thing. Now, if you're saying to me, I don't have anything to sell, Alicia. Oh, look at the sun here. The sun is coming up while I'm doing this video. If you say to me that you don't have anything to sell, I'm going to say to you, yes, you do. And you need to look again. So first of all, you do. Go look again. You do. Number two, go to your parents' house, your siblings' house, your best friend's house, and help them with cleaning and say, have a junk removal service. I don't know, but say, hey, talk to them about the things that they don't want in their house and how you will help them get it off their hands for them. And you can also find free stuff to relist. This is a really big one. So remember the client that I told you about that I helped him remove this big cabinet from his store? Well, and he gave it away for free. I guarantee you, whoever got it just resold it for $100 or $200. So you can find free stuff on Facebook Marketplace to resell. Here's what you need to do. Step one is, you go to Facebook Marketplace, and when you're on Marketplace, in the search results, you're going to type in what you want to find. So type in chair, for example. And then in step two, you're going to filter it to a location close to you. So you want to be as close to you as possible so you can pick up the stuff. Step number three, in the pricing section, you're going to say you want the price to be between $0 and $0, hence free. And then in step number four, you want it to be listed within the last 24 hours. Why? Free stuff goes fast. You want to get something that you know is still available, most likely. Then you want to do it that way. And then all you usually need to do is to relist it. So clean it up if it's needed, but take amazing photos. I like to max out. I think maxing out Marketplace photos is like 45 photos. It's hard to max it out, but take amazing photos, relist it using as many photos as you can, and write an awesome description. So, for a lot of these chairs, like the bottom chair, it's like, great chair, want it gone, right? Come pick it up. When you rewrite it, you put a story to the chair. Talk about how comfortable the chair is, and that putting this chair in front of your TV you will have countless hours of pure enjoyment as you watch your favorite TV shows and sink into comfort. Like, write a good description and have fun with it. Now, the crazy thing is that you can do all of this with just your smartphone. You can set up all of your businesses with just your smartphone. But of course, if you have a laptop or a computer, that is preferred. And I can say 21 years being an entrepreneur, what I love to do now is to teach and help other people and celebrate in their success, and their having the freedom to do what they want when they want and be their own boss. For more episodes just like this, or to check out the courses that we offer at Internet Income Jamaica, I'm going to invite you to go to internetincomejamaica.com, click on courses, browse the many courses that we have to offer, learn a new skill, and learn how to build your online business. Once again, thank you for joining us on this episode of The Digital Jampreneur, and I'll see you on the next episode. Bye for now.
Brutality isn't a legality. There's no rationality as to why this abnormality should become a mentality. A mentality which kills and tortures. Are you really telling me you're afraid to speak up because you might be called an informer? Let us break the barrier of brutality and enforce it with alacrity. If you know someone who has been victimized, I charge you to interrupt their situations before their O. Oppressor continues to L, lurk in their lives. Let us E, extend our hands to our brothers and sisters who are being victimized, and N, never see violent acts and ignore them. Let us C, come together and be the E, example, so we may end a barrier on brutality.
Hi, Doc. I've got some questions about the COVID-19 vaccines, Moderna, Pfizer, and Johnson & Johnson.
Wonderful. What's your first question?
Why should I take the COVID-19 vaccine?
Each vaccine is used to prevent severe illness, hospitalization, and death associated with COVID-19.
How are the vaccines given?
All vaccines are given as an injection into a muscle in the upper arm. Now, depending on the brand of vaccine, you may need to take 1 or 2 doses. For example, the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines require 2 injections, while the Johnson & Johnson only requires 1 injection. If you received the Moderna vaccine for your first dose, the second dose is to be given 28 days after the first injection. For Pfizer, the second dose is given 21 days after the first injection.
When will I be considered fully protected?
If you were given the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines, you are fully protected 14 days after receiving the second dose. But if you received the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, you are fully protected 14 days after receiving your shot.
What if I miss my second dose of a 2-dose vaccine?
The protection you get from the first dose gets less over time, and the immune system needs the second dose to be able to protect you. If you missed the date for the second dose, you must reschedule an appointment to get it as quickly as possible.
Can I get a different vaccine for my second shot than the first shot?
It's currently recommended that the same products be used for both doses.
So what are the possible side effects of the Moderna, Pfizer, and Johnson & Johnson vaccine?
The side effects are mild to moderate and are temporary. They are signs that the body is building protection against the disease. Common side effects affecting more than 1 in 10 people include swelling, tenderness, pain, warmth, itching, or bruising where the injection is given, feeling tired or fatigued, or generally feeling unwell, chills, feeling feverish, headache, feeling sick, nausea, and joint pain or muscle ache. Other side effects affecting up to 1 in 10 persons include flu-like illness, such as runny nose and a sore throat, a lump at the injection site, or vomiting or diarrhea. Other side effects affecting up to 1 in 100 persons include sleepiness or feeling dizzy, decreased appetite, enlarged lymph nodes, and excessive sweating, itchy skin, or rash. Here's a quick reminder. You should seek medical attention immediately if after leaving the vaccination center, side effects persist or worsen after 72 hours. Now, let's check back in with Doc and Maureen.
What if I get COVID between my first and second dose?
Isolate yourself from others. Stay home for the full 14 days or until symptoms have disappeared. You may keep your appointment date if it's after you are fully recovered. If you're still ill, you may need to reschedule.
After being fully vaccinated, can I still catch COVID-19 and infect others?
It is possible for a vaccinated person to still spread the virus, even without symptoms. Therefore, it is important to continue practicing safety precautions such as physical distancing, hand washing, and wearing a mask properly, covering your nose and your mouth.
Are the COVID-19 vaccines effective against other COVID-19 variants?
Yes, viruses mutate and vaccines help to stop the spread. The more persons that have been vaccinated decreases the possibility of variants being formed. Vaccines help to stop the development of variants.
What should I bring to my second appointment for the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines?
Okay, you should ensure that you have your government-issued ID or work ID, TRN, and vaccination card. If you do not have a government-issued ID, take a letter from a JP. Ensure you check the date that is written on your card. After taking the vaccine, it is still important to wear your mask, covering your nose and mouth. Maintain physical distance, wash your hands with soap and water frequently, and when not possible, use a hand sanitizer. For more information about the COVID-19 vaccine, visit www.vaccination.moh.gov.jm. or contact 888-1-LOVE. That's 888-663-5683. Get vaccinated. Get back to life.
Hello. Today we're going to be making breakfast and preparing a lunchbox for school. Let's start with some sugar and salt and wash it down with a nice big glass of more sugar. And now for the lunchbox. Let's put in saturated fat, more salt, and sugar. Foods high in salt, fats, and sugar increase the risk of hypertension, obesity, heart disease, and type 2 diabetes. Now more than ever, we have the right to know what's in our food. Give us warning labels on the front of our food packages.
How can we assist people who are blind and visually impaired during this novel coronavirus COVID-19 period? There are simple ways to help them navigate our streets and the sidewalks, but many people are worried about social distancing. Not to worry, you can simply guide them with the sound of your voice, walking beside or in front of them. Let your voice be the helping hand you give them. For information on how to assist persons with disabilities, contact the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities at 876-926-9376 or 876-618-1133. Remember to look out for the blind and visually impaired, not only today, but every day.
The king may rule over land and sea. The Lord may live right royally. The soldier ride in pomp and pride. The sailor roam over ocean wide. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The writer thinks, the poet sings. The craftsman fashion wondrous things. The doctor heals, the lawyer pleads, the miner follows the precious leads. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The merchant, he may buy and sell, the teacher do his duty well. But men may toil through busy days, or men may stroll through pleasant ways. From king to beggar, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The farmer's trade is one of worth. He's partner with the sky and earth. He's partner with the sun and rain, and no man loses for his gain. And men may rise, or men may fall, but the farmer, he must feed them all. God bless the man who sows the beet, who finds us milk and fruit and meat. May his purse be heavy, his heart be light, his cattle and pigs and all go right. God bless the seeds his hands let fall, for the farmer, he must feed us all.
For just over a decade, the Jack Den Group of companies has been operating under the slogan, "Customer satisfaction is our business." Normally, the company offers pharmaceutical supplies, it offers janitorial services and chemicals, a range of chemicals. But as a result of the COVID-19 outbreak in Jamaica, the Jack Den Group of companies is now offering hand sanitizer made for Jamaicans in Jamaica. So we're getting a look at how the company has managed to, for such a long time, turn it hand and make fashion, and what the business is like now that it's producing hand sanitizers in the time of COVID-19.
Our core business is janitorial services. However, we have seen some lateral growth over the years, and we are into a number of other areas: construction, garment manufacturing, chemicals, project management, to name the main things that we do right now.
So you are the definition of jack of all trades.
No, we are a one-stop shop in this matter. Yeah? Truth be told, when the COVID thing started to hit us, we decided to ask the chemists to make a batch of hand sanitizers, basically for the staff. One of the staff members placed it on their Facebook page, and we started to get calls.
Just like that?
Just like that. And so we have been making it for about 4 weeks now. One of the things that we did, because it was a new product, we got it assessed by the Bureau of Standards. And now we are moving to have every batch checked. We are bringing in the necessary equipment to do some initial testing ourselves before we send it on to Bureau of Standards. But we need that sort of, we ensure that what we are doing meet the required standard. This bottle in particular, we would like to produce more of this, because this is a disinfectant, a broad spectrum disinfectant, but we believe that this would do well. Housewives would, for household use, and the spray nozzle, is very convenient. But unfortunately, we haven't been able to source enough bottles to really make this as commercial as we would want. But we are working on that. We have difficulty right now meeting the orders, mainly because the main ingredient, the alcohol, was not so easy to get. But we have found a way, and we are getting supplies now. So in a little time, we will be able to meet our orders. But it has been tremendous.
So can you say how many orders you've had? Over 1,000?
Well, no, much more than that. Much more than that. And we get orders from corporate bodies, retail stores. We even had people coming as far as from Portland. Much of what we mentioned, like the garments and the chemical, came as offshoots, lateral growth to the janitorial business, because we use a lot of chemicals. So it was prudent for us to make our own chemicals. We have well over 1,000 persons employed, and we provide uniforms. So rather than buying uniforms, we make our own uniforms, and that has grown because we not only make for ourselves. In fact, we're having difficulty finding time to make our own uniforms, because we do it for a number of schools, and we are also exporting.
Oh, wow. So there has been growth.
There has been significant growth over the last couple of years. The truth is, what I would advise in any situation, you have to assess and look for opportunities. Deal with the issues that confront you, but don't give up. Don't throw your hands up in the air there, because there's something that is positive in everything. And one of the things that drives us is that you mentioned the staff. We try as best as possible to have our staff motivated. Truth be told, we work in very hazardous situations from time to time, and COVID is just another dimension. We provide janitorial and portering services to a number of hospitals across the island. In fact, we service some 7 public hospitals and 1 private.
So you're no stranger to that?
No, we are not strangers to dealing with infection and viruses. In fact, we have to train ourselves to know how to deal and how to work in those situations, so that they not only protect themselves, but they do not create opportunities for cross-infection. So we just had to step up the ante a little when COVID hit. And what we do now, we have established 3 specialized teams that go into institutions to sanitize as need be. And we've been getting quite a lot of calls for that.
I'm looking for a successful career in being a software developer, a software engineer, and I want to create softwares or apps for myself. So I want to gather a team with my colleagues to execute the visions that I have or even visions that they have as well.
Become the hero on the scene by taking the COVID vaccine.
Be a hero for your loved ones and get the COVID-19 vaccine. Visit a vaccination site to take your first or second dose of the AstraZeneca vaccine, or be one and done with the single-dose Johnson & Johnson. Visit www.vaccination.moh.gov.jm or call 888-1-LOVE to find the site nearest you. Jamaicans, the vaccines are proven safe and effective. Let's get vaccinated so we can get back to life. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
The hurricane season runs from June 1 through November 30. It normally peaks between August and October. Be prepared. Lightning have been known to strike during a storm. Lightning can travel through your home's plumbing system and give you quite a jolt. Stay out of the shower during a storm. Avoid washing dishes as well. Monitor your radio or television for weather updates and instructions. Be prepared.
Yo, this is We're committed to reducing the impact of disasters occurring in Jamaica. We're ever ready to assist you before, during, and after a disaster. But everybody have a role to play, so make we work together and follow the plan. Whether rich or poor or where you come from, hurricanes affect everyone, so be prepared. Prevention is better than cure. Be prepared. Listen to ADPEM.
A message from the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management.
The Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, recently announced an approximately 44% increase in complaints of high bills between April and March 2020 compared to the same period last year. The utility provider says this is as a result of the depreciation of the Jamaican dollar, fuel costs, and rising usage thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic and more persons staying at home. Constant complaints prompted the Minister of Science, Energy and Technology, Favour Williams, to instruct the Office of Utilities Regulation, OUR, to conduct an audit of JPS. Jamaicans were subsequently informed that theft accounts for just about 26% of electricity generated. Of that amount, JPS pays 6%, and paying consumers share the loss of that 20%. But what if there was a solution? There just might be. Let's talk to Oswald Smith about his light bill tracker app. This is Oswald Smith, the programmer and software developer who created the light bill tracker app. Creating the application took him just a few weeks. His reason for doing so? Personal interest.
With this heat, I'm always running my fan, my air conditioning, and as you might imagine, the light bills, they do have some amount of sticker shock on them. Now, the prime mover though was a conversation I had on Twitter with this guy, Randy Rowe. He does financial classes. Every Mickler, exactly, and the grower classes. So he put it out there, why doesn't someone just build an app, to help us estimate our light bills? And, I'm an app developer. I thought to myself, actually, why doesn't someone go out and do it? So, I was still busy doing other projects, but then a few weeks later, got up early one morning and said, let's do this. And here's Light Bill Tracker.
Oswald thinks the app adds some transparency to the Jamaican bill paying process.
Well, it's very topical. Listen, light bills, even since I was young, light bills are always something very, very contentious. People say, oh, I can't believe I was away for the entire month. I'm going on a foreign on vacation. How am I getting this light bill for $100,000? And it's been very topical now because we had just recently the Attorney General weighing in on Twitter saying that she got an unexpected light bill. So it was circulating in the zeitgeist that, hey, something is going on with our light bills, people want to know, and here was my opportunity to add a bit of transparency, if you will, to the entire situation.
So what exactly does the application do, though?
Well, it's exactly what it says on the tin, Light Bill Tracker. You can use it to estimate what your light bill is at any point within your billing period.
But how do I get it to work?
Once you have the app installed, and it's available for both iOS and Android platforms. All you'll need are two pieces of information. The first one is your previous light bill. And so on that light bill, there's a current reading. You'll enter that into the app. The second thing you need is what your current usage is, and you can get that by reading your smart meter. You put those in, then that gives you your usage. And from the usage, we can calculate what your light bill is at the point of that last reading.
Now that we know how it works, does it do so well enough? Oswald says yes.
In my testing, it's been 99.6% accurate. And because remember, there really is only one input to what determines your light bill, and that's your usage. So once we have good numbers for your usage, we can estimate it for you. There is some variance because from month to month, the foreign exchange rate, that will change, and that's an input as well. But in practice, I found it off by about maybe $100 from my past 2 billing periods.
And the JPS's thoughts on the app?
So I've reached out to the OUR about it. I suppose it's still doing their internal stuff. I know that JPS is aware of it. I can't say much more beyond that.
Calls to the utility provider for comment went unanswered. The Light Bill Tracker app is currently being reviewed by Google and Apple, so you won't be able to find it by typing the name in your app store just yet. Oswald is already thinking of the future, however, and additions to be made to the Light Bill Tracker app.
So as it stands right now, the app shows you the estimate as of today. And if if tomorrow morning you put in your updated meter reading, it's another estimate. And so it's not storing the history of your estimates over the month. So we're going to be doing two things. One, allowing you to track your estimates over the billing period so that you can go throughout the days when you took a meter reading and say, well, okay, last week Saturday it was my bill was so and so, the Sunday it was this, Monday it was that. Also, another thing we want to do is projecting, because remember we said that the estimate shows you what it's estimated at the point of the meter reading. However, what we can do, knowing what your last bill was and your estimate is as of now, we can kind of get a sort of daily average of your usage, and using that we can project out toward the end of your billing cycle.
Oswald Smith is no stranger to app development or even fanfare as a result of his creations. In 2015, he wrote a program that allows commuters to access the Jamaica Urban Transit Company's bus schedules and routes on smartphones, laptops, and computers using Google Transit. Here's Oswald's advice to persons interested in programming and software development.
Start now. Listen, you're here in my home. It's not a fancy thing. You can stay at home, you can learn to code. It has never been easier. I started learning to program in 1999 it was. My father went overseas, he came back, brought back a laptop, and I watched movies. I wanted to be a hacker. How can I hack the FBI and the CIA? And I literally typed in, and this was before Google at the time, because it's 99. It was probably Alta Vista or some site, how to be a hacker. And they said you have to learn programming. Okay, I guess I'm gonna learn programming. And so I learned programming since I was in grade 9 at St. Mary High. And this is what, a couple of decades later, almost 2 decades later, here I am. So you can start now.
There are also local entities that can assist.
I know there are quite a few. There are some, I think, a few tech boot camps. There's some people, especially for the young ladies as well. There's like a few local groups around for girls who code and that sort of thing. So there has never been an easier time to start. All you need is a laptop and an internet connection.
Oswald's favorite part of this all? Interacting with the users.
What's good about app development, especially apps like this that are in the public eye, you get a lot of feedback from users, and there's no greater reward than people sending you the screenshots. Hey, I used the app and I got this. One gentleman he told me that after 2 days he realized that his light bill was going to be $11,000 and he doesn't know what he's going to do right now. So it's a whole thing. So you do get a lot of feedback from users, and it's very rewarding.
What if they knew that you abused her? Her family?
Mr. Jones.
And your colleagues, how will they look at an abuser? When the law comes knocking, you'll have nowhere to run.
Mr. Brown, you're under arrest. Please get up, hands behind your head and interlock your fingers.
Turn your back on abusers. Report gender-based violence to the police. There's no excuse for abuse. Call the Bureau of Gender Affairs at 876-754-8577.
Hi, Doc. I've got some questions about the COVID-19 vaccines Moderna, Pfizer, and Johnson & Johnson.
Wonderful. What's your first question?
Why should I take the COVID-19 vaccine?
Each vaccine is used to prevent severe illness, hospitalization, and death associated with COVID-19.
How are the vaccines given?
All vaccines are given as an injection into a muscle in the upper arm. Now, depending on the brand of vaccine, you may need to take 1 or 2 doses. For example, the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines require 2 injections, while the Johnson & Johnson only requires 1 injection. If you received the Moderna vaccine for your first dose, the second dose is to be given 28 days after the first injection. For Pfizer, the second dose is given 21 days after the first injection.
When will I be considered fully protected?
If you were given the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines, you are fully protected 14 days after receiving the second dose. But if you received the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, you are fully protected 14 days after receiving your shot.
What if I miss my second dose of a 2-dose vaccine?
The protection you get from the first dose gets less over time, and the immune system needs the second dose to be able to protect you. If you missed the date for the second dose, you must reschedule an appointment to get it as quickly as possible.
Can I get a different vaccine for my second shot than the first shot?
It's currently recommended that the same products be used for both doses.
So what are the possible side effects of the Moderna, Pfizer, and Johnson & Johnson vaccine?
The side effects are mild to moderate and are temporary. They are signs that the body is building protection against the disease. Common side effects affecting more than 1 in 10 people include swelling, tenderness, pain, warmth, itching, or bruising where the injection is given, feeling tired or fatigued, or generally feeling unwell, chills, feeling feverish, headache, feeling sick, nausea, and joint pain or muscle ache. Other side effects affecting up to 1 in 10 persons include flu-like illness, such as runny nose and a sore throat, a lump at the injection site, or vomiting or diarrhea. Other side effects affecting up to 1 in 100 persons include sleepiness or feeling dizzy, decreased appetite, enlarged lymph nodes, and excessive sweating, itchy skin, or rash. Here's a quick reminder. You should seek medical attention immediately if after leaving the vaccination center, side effects persist or worsen after 72 hours. Now, let's check back in with Doc and Maureen.
What if I get COVID between my first and second dose?
Isolate yourself from others. Stay home for the full 14 days or until symptoms have disappeared. You may keep your appointment date if it's after you are fully recovered. If you're still ill, you may need to reschedule.
After being fully vaccinated, can I still catch COVID-19 and infect others?
It is possible for a vaccinated person to still spread the virus, even without symptoms. Therefore, it is important to continue practicing safety precautions such as physical distancing, hand washing, and wearing a mask properly, covering your nose and your mouth.
Are the COVID-19 vaccines effective against other COVID-19 variants?
Yes, viruses mutate and vaccines help to stop the spread. The more persons that have been vaccinated decreases the possibility of variants being formed. Vaccines help to stop the development of variants.
What should I bring to my second appointment for the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines?
Okay, you should ensure that you have your government-issued ID or work ID, TRN, and vaccination card. If you do not have a government-issued ID, take a letter from a JP. Ensure you check the date that is written on your card. After taking the vaccine, it is still important to wear your mask, covering your nose and mouth. Maintain physical distance, wash your hands with soap and water frequently, and when not possible, use a hand sanitizer. For more information about the COVID-19 vaccine, visit www.vaccination.moh.gov.jm or contact 888-1-LOVE. That's 888-663-5683. Get vaccinated. Get back to life.
Become the hero on the scene by taking the COVID vaccine.
Be a hero for your loved ones and get the COVID-19 vaccine. Visit a vaccination site to take your first or second dose of the AstraZeneca vaccine, or be one and done with the single-dose Johnson & Johnson. Visit www.vaccination.moh.gov.jm or call 888-1-LOVE to find the site nearest you. Jamaicans, the vaccines are proven safe and effective. Let's get vaccinated so we can get back to life. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Watch yourself online, that's what my crew say. Make it a new day. A reminder by the Broadcasting Commission. We the BCJ. What if it was your friend in the mix? What if it was your sis in the pics? What if you want a terrorist watch list? What if suppose that one? What you do? Don't like, don't comment, don't click, report it, block it, don't make it stick. Don't trust everybody on the internet. Use it to step up your intellect. So online you have to be safe too. Don't believe the rumors or the fake news. Don't go everywhere they try to take you. Protect the kids or they find a way to. What if it was your friend in the mix? What if it was your sis in the pics? What if you want a terrorist watch list? What if suppose that go on? What if wait up free?
Good evening, good morning to everyone watching us today. My name is Alexandra Kuzmanovic, and I'm pleased to be joined, as usual, by Dr. Mike Ryan and Dr. Maria Van Kerkhove, who will answer your questions today about COVID-19 situation and updates. If you're watching us on Twitter, please use the hashtag AskWHO. If you're watching us on other platforms, please leave your questions via comment section. Good afternoon, Mike, Maria. Thank you for your time. The cases are on the rise. The COVID-19 cases are on the rise globally again. So I'll give the floor to you to give us the more detailed update, and also what are your views in where is this pandemic heading at the moment?
So I'll start. The pandemic is heading in the wrong direction at the moment, but I will end this, my intervention by saying we have tools that can turn it around. We are seeing cases and deaths increase again for the fourth week in a row. More than 3.3 million new cases reported to WHO, and just under 50,000 new deaths reported in the last 7 days alone. This is the fourth week of increasing cases. It's the fourth week of increasing deaths. The global situation, by region, of course, is variable. Out of those 3.3 million cases reported in the last week, more than 2.1 million were reported in Europe alone. It's an 8% increase over the last week. More than half of the deaths in the last week reported in Europe alone. A 5% increase in deaths in Europe in the last 7 days. In the Americas, another 8% increase, although they are seeing a slight decrease in deaths. In the Western Pacific, a 6% increase in deaths over the last week. Africa, we've seen a sharp decline in cases over the last week. But we know reporting and testing around the world is spotty. We don't have strong surveillance systems in all countries. We do have a lack of testing happening in a lot of countries as well. If I can say anything that we do see that is positive is that we still see quite a strong signal in the data that people who are vaccinated are far less likely to be hospitalized and far less likely to die. And that is holding up in all of the data that we are seeing in countries. But of course, vaccination has to reach those who are most at risk in all countries. And what we're seeing is that those deaths that are happening from the countries where we have data, it's largely happening among those who are unvaccinated. And this is really critical because it's a tool that is widely available, not in all countries, however. So we are concerned about what we are seeing across Europe. There are different situations across Europe, and of course there are many countries across the European region, from the west to the east. And there are countries that have high vaccination coverage and are seeing a significant decline in deaths. We do see other countries that high access to vaccines, but low vaccination coverage. And those countries are, again, seeing a lot of transmission that is happening, surges in transmission, as well as increases in deaths. And we're getting reports in many countries, far too many countries right now, that health systems are overburdened, that health workers are overburdened, that hospital beds are filling up, that ICU is filling up. So, you ask where we're going with this pandemic. The pandemic is far from over. And you've heard us say that. So there's a lot more work to be done to be able to get transmission down, as well as to save people's lives right now. And a lot of this starts with vaccination. It's our best tool that we have right now, but it's not the only one. So we have to keep fighting for increasing vaccination coverage as well as driving transmission down at the same time.
Thank you, Maria. And Mike, maybe we can hear from you and your reflections on the current situation.
No, I think Maria said it very well and very succinctly. To an extent, we would really need to do is protect the health systems from this being overwhelmed again, but also to recognise that the people who end up in those situations with severe disease, the people who end up in those situations on ventilators, are in the main people with underlying conditions, older persons and others. And we saw that last year, we saw that last winter. And the best way for those individuals to be protected is to get vaccinated. And it's one tragedy to not have access to a vaccine and not being able to vaccinate yourself or a loved one who may be at risk. It's a totally other situation when the vaccines are widely available and people, for whatever reason, don't wish to take those vaccines. And vaccine hesitancy has become a major issue, and it's so much based on trust. And we see that happening for different reasons. Sometimes it's a lack of trust in general in government messages. Sometimes it's a lack of trust in science. Sometimes it's because of misinformation. And there are genuine situations where people are hesitant to have vaccination because they don't feel they have the right information. And we need to, and governments and public health authorities need to continue their efforts to dialogue and to give information, good information to people. And it's also people's responsibility to engage with that information and try and make the best decision they can for themselves and their families. Inform yourselves, learn, and get the knowledge, and then hopefully, on the basis of that knowledge, get vaccinated. But there's also misinformation out there, and that's a sad thing. It's difficult enough in a situation like this to make complex decisions around your health or the health of your loved ones. It's all the more difficult to make that decision when your choice is being actively interfered with by misinformation. And that can be deadly. So please, for everyone out there, you have a right to knowledge, you have a right to information regarding vaccination and its benefits and its risks, and you have a right to make an informed choice. But please be informed by good information. Please don't be affected by people who are putting up misinformation, which is directly aimed at thwarting people's ability to make a good decision.
Thank you so much, Mike. This is a great reminder, and I will use the chance just to remind our viewers that we also have some materials on our website and our social media channels on how to spot misinformation and how to help others to spot misinformation, but also how to report when they come across misinformation. So you can check that on our website and social media channels. Maria,
could I maybe just also add to that it's also now for governments a responsibility to also look. Some people aren't being vaccinated because they live in a situation. If I'm an undocumented migrant, if I'm an older person living in a very remote area, there's all kinds of reasons why I may not be vaccinated. Some of that may be hesitancy, but some of that may be because we need to create a better focus on identifying who is unvaccinated in our communities, and then finding out why are they unvaccinated. And in many cases they're unvaccinated for logistics reasons, access reasons. If an older person can't make it all the way to a vaccination site, we need to bring the vaccination to them. Same thing in marginalised communities who may not trust going into government centres, may not trust engaging with the state, and may be much more likely to accept vaccination if it's brought to them in pop-up clinics, in their own environment, in their communities where they feel safe. So governments also have to make an effort and redouble their efforts right now, not to give up, not to say, well, people are hesitant, nothing we can do. There's always a way. There's always a way to bring good information to people. There's always a way to improve vaccination coverage and to engage with people who are genuinely hesitant. And there's always a way to fight misinformation. So I think each country is facing a different pattern. Not every country is facing the same pattern of hesitancy or the same pattern of missed individuals. So I think right now, if we were focusing on anything, it's making sure that those individuals at high risk who remain unvaccinated, we should be doing everything possible to offer them vaccine and everything possible to engage with them on any concerns they have regarding the vaccine. It's really, really important that we do that and try the least coercive means possible to engage with people and have them take on the vaccine.
Thank you so much, Mike. And Maria, here is a follow-up question on the EPI situation, more on how we collect data from Jumun Kaushik, watching us on Facebook. How do you at WHO count positive cases? Do you need to do a PCR test to count it as positive?
This is a great question. So there are lots of different tests that are out there for identifying who is infected with SARS-CoV-2. A lot of countries are relying on PCR-based testing. That has greatly expanded in the last 20 to 23 months, much to the efforts of many different governments. And so the cases that we do receive are on these PCR-based testing. There's also antigen-based testing that is out there. So these are rapid, reliable tests that can be done outside of medical facilities by trained individuals, of course, but in more communities. And we've been working with countries to rapidly expand the use of antigen-based tests. One, because there are many reliable ones on the market. They're easier to use. They can be used outside of labs and outside of medical facilities by trained individuals, and they give a result back faster. Many of these antigen-based tests can give you a result back within 15 minutes or so. And this is important so the patient knows what to do. Testing for testing's sake alone is not enough. Testing needs to be linked to public health action. So we rely on different ways to get information from countries. Ideally, what we would like from countries is information on hospitalization rates. You know, how many of the cases that are being detected are needing hospitalization. This is important because, as Mike said, many of the systems are becoming overburdened again. The health systems are becoming overwhelmed. We would also love to be able to report on ICU capacity, again, having a better understanding of the burden on the healthcare system and knowing what supplies are necessary. Because, you know, we rely on our health workers and our health systems to care for those not only with COVID-19, but other diseases. Other people need care and health facilities. And if that bed is taken up by somebody with COVID, then that bed can't be used, you know, for other reasons. And ideally, if we could understand how many of the cases and deaths are amongst vaccinated or unvaccinated, that would also help us track the situation much better. Because as I mentioned previously, we are seeing a strong decoupling, we call it, where we're looking at cases and deaths. And if you look at some of the increases, the epi curves, the number of cases that are being reported each week by countries, if you look at the proportion of those individuals who are dying in countries that have high vaccination rates, we are seeing a strong reduction in deaths. And this is what you expect. You expect to see this, that you will have a massive reduction in hospitalizations and deaths. And this is why we have been working so hard and with partners and through the COVAX initiative and with many of our partners to ensure that countries have access to the vaccine. And as Mike said, making sure that the vaccines reach those who are most at risk. Vaccination is very different. And also, as Mike mentioned, what's critically important is not just who you vaccinate, it's who you miss. And we need to be focusing on who we are missing in those high-risk categories. So there's a lot of different types of data that we rely on. We do rely heavily on respiratory disease surveillance, SARS-CoV-2 surveillance, which needs to be further enhanced. And as we enter the winter months in the Northern Hemisphere, one of the big concerns we have, especially as societies are opening up, in many countries are abandoning the public health and social measures. Some countries are putting those back in place now. We will see a resurgence of influenza. We will see a resurgence of other respiratory pathogens that circulate, RSV, for example. And this will confuse the situation because on the surface, it's very difficult to distinguish between influenza and COVID. There's also the influenza vaccine. So if it's your opportunity to get the influenza vaccine, please get that because it will protect you against influenza. And so we really need a good integrated surveillance system so that testing not only looks for SARS-CoV-2, it also looks for influenza, it looks for other respiratory pathogens. There's a lot of work to be done, especially as we go into the winter months.
And maybe I could just add, because I think it's important to recognize and thank our member states, all the countries in the world who send us data on a daily basis, and the laboratories around the world who share similar data, not only on COVID, on the SARS-CoV-2, but also on influenza, on RSV and others. And there's a huge collaboration in trying to share data on cases, on deaths, on hospitalization, so many other things, genetic sequences, on serologic results and seroprevalence. And it's that patchwork of data that allows us to make a global assessment of what's going on. But that's not possible. WHO doesn't have labs in countries. We don't have systems in countries. That's you, our member states, and people who work right the way through the health system and public health system in countries. And we end up with these wonderful tables every day, country by country by country, and that doesn't happen by accident. It takes a tremendous effort to pull all of that together. And again, to our WHO staff working at all three levels, in our country offices, in our regional offices, and here in Geneva. They're an amazing group, and you don't see them in press conferences, you don't see these people in Facebook Lives, but I can guarantee you they're up all night long. So by the time we get in the morning, we have a full analytics of the world situation today, not just in general, by country, region by region, every single morning. And it's like the elves and the shoemakers in terms of these are the unsung heroes, and that's reproduced in every single country. Yeah. And we might not like the data we're looking at, and maybe it gives us heart attacks, and sometimes we get depressed looking at the numbers, and then sometimes we see a shift in the positive and we all get very excited. But the fact that we have these numbers, and the fact that countries spend time sending us these numbers is hugely beneficial globally, and it's a real sign, again, like with vaccine development, that we can do things together. We can share data, and we can share responsibility for responding to this pandemic. So I've never had a chance, Alex, to give a shout out to those people who work on surveillance and who work on data, work in the labs, because each and every time someone does a test and makes a positive result in a lab, each and every time someone does contact tracing, each and every time someone does a survey for seroprevalence and shares that data, not only is that data useful locally, but that data is useful nationally, and it's critical globally. So thank you to all of you out there who work so hard. So at least as we fight this disease, we have very clear sight of the enemy.
Thank you, Mike. We have a lot of follow-up questions, and one is about trust and right to be informed. One of our LinkedIn viewers is asking, how can we have the right to be informed? Right to have informed choice when the government imposed the vaccination. So maybe we can comment. There were also some other viewers asking about mandatory vaccination when it comes to COVID-19.
Yeah, it's a difficult area in terms of dealing with this, because there are no straight answers when it comes to dealing with the issue of mandatory vaccination. Our position in WHO is that mandatory vaccination should only be considered when the health gain that you're going to get from imposing that is very, very clear, and that you've tried all other measures in order to get people vaccinated. I still personally believe that the best way is to continue engaging with people and to continue to drive that idea of an informed choice. But there are circumstances in which the threat to society, the threat to the health system, the threat to the economy is such that governments, having tried all other measures, feel under their national public health law, and again this is something that can only be implemented under national sovereign countries implementing under the law with due respect for human rights, due respect for liberty, are able to make that decision. And that's not an easy decision, and that's a decision that a government may be forced to make or feel that it's forced to make. But in our view, that should not be attempted before all other means of offering vaccine and informing people about vaccination and decreasing vaccine hesitancy. These should be the primary means by which we get vaccination coverage up. But some governments feel that having attempted that and having tried, at least in their minds, their best to be able to address that, are looking to using mandatory vaccination, either mandatory vaccination for work or mandatory vaccination or proof of previous infection to access hotels, restaurants, and even to the extreme of asking people who are unvaccinated to stay home as opposed to vaccinated people being out. And this raises real issues around civil liberties. This raises real issues around human rights, and it's something that governments should consider extremely carefully. I mean, extremely carefully, and they need to be absolutely sure that the benefit of doing this outweighs the risks, and that they have done everything possible to address vaccine hesitancy and other issues, and they feel that they have no other alternative. If these types of mandates are implemented, they need to be implemented for the shortest possible period, and as I said, they need to be consistent with national public health and human rights law, and therefore it has to be a decision of a sovereign government to do that, and the decision needs to be taken extremely carefully and implemented very, very as sensitively as possible. But again, to reiterate, WHO's position in general is that mandatory vaccination is not the best means to achieve the highest vaccine uptake. But there are, as I said, specific circumstances, and we've had that historically, hepatitis B vaccination for health workers, and it has to have an objective of protecting that individual or protecting society or protecting the health system. There must be very clear reasons, demonstrated, stated reasons why that action is being taken, and there needs to be a dialogue within government and within agencies and with communities around these issues. So I'm sorry to go around the long way on this, because it's a really good question, and it's a complex question for which the answers are equally complex.
Thank you, Mike. And here's one more question regarding vaccination and coming as a follow-up to what you were saying earlier from Angel Torcielo. I hope I pronounced this well. What do you do if you can't get the vaccine? Stay away from people and hugs forever? What other therapies do we have? I want to spend time with my family for holidays.
Who was that question from?
The question is coming from Angel Torcielo.
Okay. I just wanted to use Angel's name because I feel for you. That's a situation that many people find themselves in. It's one thing to have a discussion around people having access to vaccine and not wanting it, but the more tragic situation is clearly people who don't have access to vaccine and are still trying to protect themselves. And that story is repeated millions of times around the world. And the reason it's being repeated that way is because of inequity. It is still possible for individuals to be able to protect themselves and reduce their risk, but there's no zero risk. And I fully understand that people need to get back to economic life, go to school. I think the level at which you protect yourself or have to protect yourself should very much be determined by your risk of having severe disease. So certainly if Angel or other individuals are in the older age group or have underlying conditions, then if you don't have access to vaccine, then it's extremely important that you're able to shield yourself from infection, because infection does have serious consequence for someone in your situation. So that's an important thing to consider. There are, clearly even people who are very unwell with proper hospital care, and we've all had family members who've been ill and have done well in a hospital situation with oxygen, with dexamethasone and increasingly monoclonal antibodies, but not everyone has access to them either. And very often where people don't have access to vaccine, they don't necessarily have access to those therapies. We do have some hope for the future with the new drugs potentially coming online that can be used to treat people early in the course of disease. But they're a good bit down the road. And they're not immediate solutions. And to be honest with you, if I was in a situation where I have the choice of having a vaccine to protect myself for the long term or waiting to get infected and hoping I can get a therapy, I'll take the vaccine. But in Angel's case, there's no vaccine available. So that's a difficult one to answer, because in the absence of vaccine, that avoiding infection is your best policy. But right now, avoiding infection is becoming more and more difficult as everyone's going back to school. You're expected to go back to work in many countries with or without vaccination, especially countries who haven't got access to vaccine. So I don't know, Marie, if you want to add anything there, but the situation is not unique and in fact shockingly common.
I don't know where Angel is, but I think, the other reason why, when it is your turn to get vaccinated, is to not only protect yourself, but to protect others. So vaccines, the primary function of the vaccine is to prevent against severe disease and death. They don't completely prevent against infection or transmission, but they they're showing that they have some efficacy for that as well. So when you are offered the vaccine, you're helping yourself, but you're also helping others. And so if Angel's in a situation where there are any vaccines and people that he comes in contact with can be vaccinated, they need to be vaccinated. So maybe he has a medical reason to not be able to get vaccinated. But that's why we need everyone, when it's your turn, to get vaccinated. And I do want to highlight that for the first year of this pandemic, we didn't have vaccines. And there were a lot of tools, the same tools that we have now, the distancing, the mask wearing, the avoiding crowded spaces, improving ventilation where we live and we work and we study, that really brought transmission down. And that protects others. That reduces your exposure to other people. The Delta variant, which is more transmissible than the ancestral strain, the first virus that was circulating, makes it harder. So that's why we need vaccines and these other tools as well. But I feel for him. I feel for the question, because you will be able to hug people again, and see your loved ones again. we're still very much in the thick of this, but this pandemic will end. And I think people need to understand out there that pandemics do end. Unfortunately, I don't think we're close to that yet. But every day that we work, towards reducing our risk, every day we work towards increasing vaccination coverage around the world gets us closer to the end of that pandemic. So don't lose hope. I hope you find some comfort in our response, but I think there are a lot of people that are in situations like that. So when those of you who are out there, do what you can, to protect those who don't have access to the vaccine, who cannot receive the vaccine for whatever reason.
Thank you, Maria. I know we are running out of time, but we have a few more questions, so maybe we try to answer them short. Twitter viewer is asking any comments on countries that are scaling down test, trace, and isolation measures.
Short answer, please don't. Right now, what we need is more emphasis on this, because it's not only important for the current situation. Having these systems in place for strong surveillance, strong testing, early clinical care, supporting our workforce will help now, and it will help in the future. So our advice is to scale up everywhere. No matter if transmission is going up, transmission is going down, scale up.
Thank you, Maria. And another question from you, from Juliana Benz. What news is there on newest variants, and will vaccine manufacturers be able to keep up?
So, the virus is still evolving, as you hear us say often. The Delta variant, which is the latest variant of concern, is dominant worldwide. In fact, in the last 60 days alone, around 900,000 sequences have been shared globally and shared with platforms like JISTV, and more than 99% of those are the Delta variant. Delta itself is evolving because, of course, it doesn't. This is what viruses do. So there may be more variants that you will hear us talk about. There are other variants of concern, alpha, beta, gamma, but those are largely, significantly reduced. Delta is really the dominant one. And there are two variants of interest, mu and lambda, that we've been tracking as well. But again, Delta, where Delta is present, Delta takes over. So it's important that, we keep tracking this, and we have a whole global system out there in terms of surveillance and testing and sequencing, sharing of those sequences, detailed analysis and discussion about each of the mutations, each of the variants, and then, of course, what this means for our countermeasures. The vaccines that are in use are currently incredibly effective, even against the Delta variant, protective against severe disease and death. So getting a vaccine will save your life. So please, get vaccinated. Your chances of severe disease and death are significantly reduced when you get that vaccine.
Thank you, Maria. Mike, maybe you can take this one. One of the viewers is asking if you can explain whether the virus will mutate if it enters the body of a person who is already vaccinated, as its own defense mechanism kicks in and its own need to spread takes precedence.
Yeah, it's a good question, and certainly you hear about resistance or to antibiotics and other things, and because organisms can evolve resistance, and that's what we're talking about in terms of mutation. The issue with vaccines being, when you have a vaccine, you're not infected usually, right? And then the bug comes along, and it's a numbers game in the end, right? Because at that stage you have very low numbers of viruses coming in compared to your capacity to respond. When you use an antibiotic very often, or an antiviral, there's already billions of viruses in the body, and then you're using a drug against them. So basically it's a game of numbers. When there are so many viruses around, the chances that one could be able to resist the treatment is quite high. Whereas on the other hand, the fact that you are vaccinated in advance of being infected, it becomes a numbers game, and your immune response can overwhelm the invaders very, very quickly. The second thing is that when we see mutations, or in terms of drug resistance, or in terms of the way in which the body will react to a bug arriving, When we talk about many of our therapies, the antibiotics and in this case antivirals, very often they're small molecules, and all you need is a very small change in the virus for resistance to emerge. Whereas with vaccines in general, you don't see that, because very often the target, that the amount of mutation that the virus has to do to escape the vaccine or the effects of the vaccine is an awful lot. So it's just a matter of the scale of mutations required. We do see, for example, in influenza, it's a virus that mutates very, very rapidly, and over a season or 2 seasons, you see that the virus sort of evades the vaccines, because the virus mutates beyond the capacity of the vaccine to protect, because it's a very mutable virus, and it can happen. But in the main, I would say that we're not that as concerned about mutations arising because of vaccination as we would be by mutations arising because of antivirals could help drive the evolution of the virus, and something we have to be very careful with. I don't think, Maria, we're seeing any evidence thus far of the virus evolving because of vaccination. But it is evolving, and it could evolve beyond the capacity of the vaccine to protect. But we're not seeing any evidence whatsoever that being vaccinated, in fact, being vaccinated is giving your best chance, and it's giving us our best chance of avoiding dangerous mutations in the virus.
Thank you so much, Mike. We know you need to go. Maybe, Maria, you can take the last question, because we were talking in last time, and I think a few times, about COVID-19 becoming an endemic. So one of our viewers is asking, how do we push back on our local government leaders that insist we have reached the endemic phase of COVID-19?
It's an interesting question. I mean, we've been having a lot of discussions internally about what's the future of COVID-19, and we're thinking of this in terms of scenarios of what may happen. I can assure you that we're very much in the pandemic, and a pandemic means it's across the world. The virus itself is moving towards becoming endemic, but that doesn't mean that it's transmitting at the same level of intensity that we see right now, killing as many people as we see it killing, taking the livelihoods of so many people that we see it taking their livelihoods. And so the pathogen, the virus itself, is on its way, but we're not there yet. This virus is affecting all regions of the world, all countries of the world. It is killing far too many people right now. It is an extremely dangerous virus, and you all know that because you're living through this. But it will become endemic. When that is, it depends on us. And the pandemic is still raging. And so what we are working towards with all governments is applying this comprehensive approach, really taking stock and assessing the situation where they live, where you operate. What is the local epi situation? Not just cases and deaths, but also